A rather handsome young brunette with amber eyes unbuttoned his shirt. He urged her to start already. For some time now, this has become quite commonplace for our heroine. Her heart accelerated its rhythm. The guy rustled the fabric and unbuttoned the buttons on his clothes. He came close to his chosen one, accidentally touching her dress with the rustling sound, and asked her if she was ready. His hair changed its color to a light tone. The girl knew that this happened every night. His chosen one was significantly shorter than him, more than a whole head. She confirmed her readiness. The girl swallowed and pressed her lips tightly together. She hesitantly extended her hand, almost touching her husband's bare torso, but after a moment she pulled it away, clenching her fingers into a fist. The heroine's heart began to race wildly in her chest. She told the guy that she still couldn't do it. He smiled and asked Ariella if she was still shy, and he assured her that there was no need to worry so much. The guy gently took his chosen one by the hand. He urged her to think positive thoughts and asked her to be nice. The girl asked if they really had to do this every night, and he simply put her hands on his bare chest. Smiling, he looked her straight in the eyes. He insisted that he was going crazy. The girl looked at the floor. There were tears in her eyes. The woman asked her to live a long life. The mother assured that as long as the girl was alive, she would be able to get everything she wanted. She said that even when she was no longer around, so that her daughter knew that she would cover her path with flowers, and she asked the dear girl to live a long life. These were the last words and wishes of our heroine's late mother. The man was sitting on the table. He told Tariella that she would go to the Leonhard Empire to become a candidate for empress. The girl voiced her categorical refusal. It was strange for the girl that after so many years King Lupion was meeting her for the first time, but now the reason has become clear. The brunette asked if she knew what was happening on the continent. It was impossible to board the ship because of the tsunami at sea. And because of the epidemic, traveling by carriage to the empire, avoiding all dangers, would have taken more than 2 months. Lupion, scratching his beard, thought and chuckled under his breath. He seemed to be asking himself when this holy bastard would be born. The girl asked why she was chosen as a candidate if she had an older sister. The king replied that if she did not know the reason, then he suggested that they look at the current situation together. All of her sisters and brother currently had injuries and health problems. Lupion asked the girl who she thought did all this. Tariella insisted that it was all self-defense. The brunette said that her sister had a broken arm, and he asked what kind of self-defense they were talking about. The girl reported that she pushed her down the stairs, and she tried not to fall and grabbed her hand. That's why they both fell then. She insisted that she was also in pain then. The elder sister clenched her teeth angrily and grinned, and the king asked Tariella if she thought it was painful for her sister to walk like that in a cast for 4 weeks. Lupion changed the focus of their debate, and he asked if she was responsible for breaking her older brother's leg. The girl assured that it was self-defense. After all, the guy then wanted to hit her, and she covered herself with a chair. The brunette angrily asked what she could say about her younger sister. What was she supposed to do? After all, her debut was soon to take place, and there was a scar on her face. Tariella said that she had nothing to do with this, and she said that it was worth blaming the one who gave the sister the whip. The girl assured that even though her younger sister wanted to hit her with it, it turned out that she hit herself in the face, and she assured that she was fine, but it was surprising who could give such a thing to a child. The older sister assured the younger sister that she could find her a doctor who could help hide the scar on her cheek, and Tariella thought that she could probably cure her sister with the help of her abilities. Our heroine was almost sure of this, even though she had never done anything like this before. But at the moment she did not have the slightest desire to help them. The king ordered not to create problems for the family. Lupion was surprised that she was the only one who remained okay while her brother and sisters suffered. He was amazed that she suffered from attacks, but at the same time remained intact. Tariella knew that all this was thanks to her abilities, which no one knew or even guessed about. She assured the king, spreading his hands, that he would believe her. After all, she believed that her words had meaning, and she convinced that if she had lied she would already be dead, because her own family wanted her dead. Lupion grabbed the inkwell with his hand and threw it at the girl with lightning speed. He yelled at her not to say anything else, and he said that since she felt so bad here, she would be sent to Leonhard. Tariella looked at the consequences of the king's throw of the inkwell. She regretted that ink had stained this expensive carpet, just like she had become a stain on the royal family that no one wanted to admit. The girl replied that if she was kicked out, Karayan would be angry. The guy was the queen's only son, the one who was supposed to become the next king. Her half-brother Korean is the only one who sincerely cared about our heroine. Tariella asked if her interlocutor remembered that her brother loved her. The brunette said that he was absent today because he was sent to find out about the epidemic. The girl clenched her hands into fists. She was sure that if Korean were here now, he would come to her defense. But the king did all this by sending him away in advance. Our heroine asked her interlocutor if he had heard enough about the ruler of the empire, Leonhard. That he was a tyrant, that he killed half of his ministers as soon as he ascended the throne. She claimed that she also heard that he locked himself in his chambers and drank alcohol every night in a row. And the emperor got drunk to such an extent that the boundaries of day and night were blurred for him. But that was not all. When the ministers asked their ruler to find the empress, he refused every one of the girls who came from all over the empire. The emperor sent them all back because he didn't like any of them. It was known to everyone that when the struggle for the throne began, he, the son of a concubine, killed all his brothers and took the throne, receiving the title of emperor. Tariella said that the one who was offered to her as a husband was a lustful, alcohol-dependent man, worse than whom could not be found on the entire continent. But King Lupian told the girl that it was time for her. He insisted that the only good thing about her was her face, which was inherited from her mother. And he said that since she received good genes, he advised her to use her excellent external data. Tariella asked me to answer her honestly. He wished she would go and die there in a foreign land, in the land of a tyrant. The older sister said that if she had died as a child, she would not have found herself in this situation. And I didn't understand how she was still alive. After all, the girl was almost dead and stopped breathing. Everyone knew that then the mother saved her daughter. It was said that Tariella was very sick and almost died when she was 6 years old. The mother did not leave the sick baby. She spoke soothing words to her daughter in a gentle voice and touched her forehead. The girl had a high fever at the time and remembered almost nothing. The mother said that it was a trial that she remained alive. A little later, Tariella heard from those around her that her mother, in order to save her life, climbed mountains, swam seas, and visited distant countries. That's why she tried so hard to survive in this place. Lupion told the girl that she would no longer be able to change what had already been decided. He said that if it made her feel better, then let her consider her exile for what she had done here. The king snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 2 strong men grabbed the fragile Tariella by the arms. She didn't understand what was happening to her. And Lupone insisted that he forgot to tell her when she was leaving. Our heroine was horrified. All she said to herself was, "It can't be." The king, smiling maliciously, told the girl that the carriage was already waiting for her. Our heroine's face was distorted by a grimace. Tariella spoke hurtful words to the brunette, and she demanded to let her go immediately, trying hard to break free from the strong grip of the 2 guys. But it was all to no avail. Her screams were heard throughout the castle. She looked at everyone with hatred in her eyes. Frankly, she did not believe that the journey would actually take 2 months. She was overcome with despondency as they set out on their journey. With good horses and carriage, the trip usually took about 2 months. The girl was exhausted. The crew members were coughing. It seemed that even the carriage was having a hard time. They traveled for 3 whole months. Tariella thought about it. She had heard before that many princesses came as empress candidates, but they were all rejected. Initially, the order stated that upon arrival it was necessary to enter the building, unpack luggage, and after rest, meet with the emperor. And since she would do everything on the list, there was no need to worry for now. But the girl understood that it was necessary to quickly receive a refusal and run away from here. She smiled to herself. Tariella has already mentally left the Leonhard Empire and the Lupian Kingdom. The reason why the girl didn't run away sooner was because she could always handle the situation no matter how much she was pestered. After all, in any case, she could repay the offenders in full. But to sell it to a complete stranger, she considered it too much even for this family. Tariella reflected that even if the emperor rejected her, she was sure that he would resell her to some other freak. And then she will have no chance of escape. And our heroine, puffing angrily, decided that it would be better for her to live the rest of her life as a fugitive. The girl thought that the empire was so large that even the emperor himself would not find it unless she wanted it. Tariella, feeling more cheerful, praised herself, and he said that there was only a little left to receive the emperor's refusal. She walked resolutely across the tiles of the castle. The girl walked, timidly looking around. Her curls fell from her shoulders in long strands, falling below her waist. A group of men came out to meet her. Ahead of everyone was a brunette in expensive clothes. She realized that this was the same emperor who became the most terrible tyrant in the entire history of the state. A handsome young brunette with large amber slanting eyes was named Liebenfell von Leonhard. Tariella was holding a suitcase with things in her hands. A considerable distance still separated her from the ruler of these lands. She thought to herself that in front of her was her opponent, from whom she had to get a refusal. The brunette clarified whether she was the same princess of the kingdom of Lupeon. The girl bowed in a curtsy, greeting His Majesty the Emperor of the Leonhard Empire. She introduced herself as the Princess of the Lupeon Kingdom, Tariella Lupeon. Our heroine feverishly thought to herself what he was doing here, and how he found out about her arrival. She thought with hope that maybe he would get her out of here right away. The Emperor ordered the guest to stand up straight. She raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. Liebenfell looked at the princess appraisingly. The girl thought to herself why he was looking at her like that. The Emperor held the guest by the shoulders and said that he had finally found her. The princess suddenly felt somehow uneasy. The brunette asked the princess to marry him. A lot of questions flashed through her head. The girl smiled, touching her ear. And she told His Majesty that she apparently had misheard. Asking for forgiveness, she asked to repeat the last phrase again. The brunette, smiling and looking into the princess's eyes with a shining gaze, told her to marry him. Tariella rubbed her ear, and she complained that she had definitely become deaf in both ears. She still secretly hoped that the Emperor would be disappointed by her poor health. She said that she probably should visit a doctor. The princess asked Liebenfell if she had heard correctly that he ordered her to return home. The Emperor laughingly asked if she really wanted to hear his proposal for the third time. The girl asked in surprise whether he really wanted to marry her. The brunette said relaxedly that her ears were already cured. A swarm of questions swarmed in our heroine's head. She calmed herself down and assumed that it was a dream, and she is actually still in the carriage on the way to the Leonhard Empire. But the assurances did not help. The girl did not wake up as she expected, and I thought to myself that the Emperor was crazy. The brunette turned to Jeremy, who was on his right, and he said that the lady agreed and they should decide on the date of their wedding. The advisor asked His Majesty whether it was worth choosing the next free day for the wedding ceremony. The Emperor was angry with Jeremy, and he asked him, his eyes furiously sparkling, what he was saying. He ordered to contact the priest, and he would help choose a suitable date. Liebenfell said that on that day the entire empire would see the princess as an empress, and he considered it unacceptable to choose any day. But he also asked to try to choose a closer day. The girl still hoped that the doctor would save her, and the advisor clarified that he needed to find a balance between two extremes. The Emperor said that the wedding day should be both close and good. Jeremy said he understood everything. He insisted that he thought it would have been better earlier, so that it would have been better. And our heroine noted to herself the qualities of her future husband: alcohol addiction, cruelty, and lust. In the end, it turned out that he was the worst man on the planet, and she never wanted to get involved with him. Tariella thought that she had come here to run away, not to get married. The girl told His Majesty that she did not think that, but the Emperor interrupted her. He reminded the princess of the purpose of her visit, to come here as a contender for the position of empress, and he clarified whether everything was so. The girl answered somewhat vaguely, hesitating a little. Here she made a surprised face, because she remembered that her kingdom had sent her here for precisely this purpose. The Emperor asked where the dear guest planned to stay. The advisor suggested that the princess settle in the southern part, which belonged to the royal family. Liebenfell, rubbing his beard, assured that he simply could not allow the future empress to stay in some annex. And turning to the left, the Emperor ordered Jeremy to carry the princess's luggage to the main palace. Tariella looked back at the majestic structure, what now served as the home of the Emperor himself. The brunette said that until a separate bedroom was prepared for the future empress, he ordered her to be placed in a room for special guests. Our heroine rejoiced, not believing her happiness. Liebenfell, looking at the lonely and rather modest-sized suitcase at the princess's feet, was a little surprised. He summarized that she was in such a hurry to get here that she only took one suitcase with her. Smiling, he suggested that the lovely girl, inspired by the hope of meeting her, had probably simply forgotten about the rest of her things. The Emperor asked the guest in surprise whether she really wanted to see him so much as soon as possible, and she thought to herself that if she had known everything in advance, she would have taken more things with her and gained more time. Liebenfell continued to be surprised, turning his gaze to the crew. He asked the charming guest if she had really arrived here on that shabby carriage that he sees in front of him. The emperor suggested that the Lupion kingdom's economy was suffering greatly. The advisor denied this assumption of the gentleman, and he suggested that it would be better to ask the lady. The brunette said that most of the princess's luggage looked rather shabby and was no longer suitable for use. He asked why she brought things with her that she was going to throw away. The emperor could not imagine that Lupion's representatives were so disgusting that they sent the princess to woo him, giving her almost garbage with her. He was furious that it didn't even occur to them that he could be offended by this. After all, how could it be possible to miscalculate and ruin everything at the very end? The brunette thought all this was somehow strange. Meanwhile, the girl thought that if she now told the emperor that she was not going to marry him, then this would be tantamount to a request to kill her. Tariella decided to end the uncomfortable pause and, smiling sweetly, asked if she could go to her room and rest after the long and tiring journey here. Our heroine cheered up. She told herself that her escape was postponed indefinitely. A little later, Tariella was taking a luxurious bath. 2 maids were busy nearby. She offered to pour some wine for us to drink. Another was worried whether the water was too hot. The table was already set. There were several types of baked meats, fruits, and pastries. Next, our heroine enjoyed a massage with fragrant oils. The maid asked Tariella if she was comfortable, and she was in heaven with pleasure. But at some point the girl pulled herself together. She decided that she shouldn't have gotten used to this. She thought sadly that this was the life of the empress, and of course she will be sorry to leave all this. Tariella got down from the bed and, putting on her shoes, went to the window. Looking through the glass, she tried to convince herself that she still could not marry a tyrant. The girl suddenly remembered the instructions of her late mother. She bequeathed to her daughter to choose a good and worthy man as her husband. The emperor quietly approached from behind and asked Tariella what thoughts had so darkened her mood. He suggested that she was planning to run away from him, and he assured her that such an idea would not lead her to anything good. The girl believed that he wanted to intimidate her with the kingdom of Lupion. Of course, he could think that she was at least somehow worried about the kingdom that sold her. Lionfell said that neither the carriage, nor the luggage, nor the dress, that she arrived in it. All this proved that the girl would not be missed much in her homeland. Our heroine suggested with horror that the emperor could read minds, and the brunette calmly told the princess that it was not about the future of the kingdom of Lupion, but about her future. Meanwhile, the moon hid behind a cloud. The girl asked herself how she could understand this. At this moment, she did not see the emperor's face, and she could no longer understand what he was up to. The princess thought it would be quite embarrassing if everyone knew that she had a secret power, and she suddenly began to wonder how it would all end. The girl felt that something was clearly wrong. Even the atmosphere in the room seemed to change. The emperor's eyes sparkled. He said that it seemed like the first time in several hundred years that a saint had been born, and our heroine, with some animal instinct, sensed danger nearby. Lionfell assured that not only the entire empire, but also the entire continent had been waiting for this moment. Tariella was confused. She wondered how the emperor could know her secret. Despite all the bullying in the kingdom of Lupion, the princess did not have a scratch. The girl did not die even from serious wounds, and it was all because she had sacred and secret power. She herself was a saint. The princess hesitated, uttering something inarticulate. She then began to insist that this was not true. Lionfell mockingly assured that she had been thinking for quite a long time. Tariella smiled sweetly, hoping for leniency. She replied that it seemed to her that everything was quite normal, and I thought about how the emperor could find out. She mentally assumed that he could be following her in the kingdom. But then I rejected this theory. After all, she had never used force, so no one could have imagined such a thing. The princess knew that even if she didn't do anything special, her wounds would heal on their own. The emperor asked the girl if she knew what was happening on the continent. Of course. Tariella knew everything. After all, now both the continent and the whole world were collapsing before our eyes. More than 20 years have passed since the world tree, the source of all life, withered and died. Since then, the winds of death began to blow across the continent. Plague and natural disasters struck people, and constant drought or flood made it impossible to grow grain and vegetables. People were dying of hunger. The drought led to a huge number of powerful fires, due to which wild animals left the forests and attacked people, and there was a constant storm and tsunami raging at sea. As a result, merchant ships and fishing boats sank, and no one could escape the disaster. Lionfell asked if the princess knew why the people were expecting the birth of a saint. She answered negatively. The girl insisted that she was not a saint, and it seemed to her that holiness was a gift and a manifestation of divine love. But he was sure that there were people who believed that life would return to the continent after the saint again turned to the deity, Samula. The girl heard this and asked not to frighten her like that. She said with clenched fists that the fear came from a blind and perverted faith. Tariella thought to herself, how did it happen that Emperor Leonhardt found out that the saint was her? The princess felt as if the emperor saw right through her, and she didn't know how she could get out of this situation. Closing her eyes, the girl promised her late mother not to tell about her strength under any circumstances. But this man himself guessed everything. Lionfell told the princess that if she was going to run away, people would find out that she was a saint. He said it would be great, although people might be mistaken that it would save everyone. The emperor told Tariella not to deny it. The girl asked in surprise why she had to lie. The man invited her to go with him to the temple. He believed that the high priest could confirm whether the girl was who he thought she was. And he said that in the empire, unlike the kingdom, there were also high priests. The princess cursed under her breath that she had completely forgotten about it. The emperor said that, as is known, the priests had enough strength to understand its true nature, and she certainly won't be able to lie to him. Tariella thought to herself that she shouldn't have hidden in the room, and I had to immediately run away from here quickly. She wondered out loud whether she should have understood this as a threat. The emperor asked what terrible words she said, and he assured that he was only telling her what could happen to her in the future. He said that it seemed the girl just misunderstood him. Tariella thought that maybe the man should just knock it out and run away right now. Lionfell insisted that he did not even want to send her to the temple. After all, if I was going to do it, I would have done it right away without unnecessary thoughts and conversations. The emperor admitted that he wanted exactly the opposite, and he assured that he believed that no one should have known about her power. Tariella only now realized that something was clearly wrong with the emperor. After all, when she first met him during the day, he definitely had black hair, and now the princess saw him with light, almost milky white hair on his head. The emperor walked towards her. The girl suggested that she might have been mistaken, but it seemed to her that now there was a completely different person in front of her. The man told the princess that he wanted to protect her and her secret. He was unbuttoning his shirt. Tariella could not understand why the emperor was undressing. She remembered that she and he had just talked about her powers. The girl assumed that he wanted her to use her power. The man stood bare-chested with his shirt unbuttoned. He looked at the princess with his amber eyes and smiled slightly. The emperor said that he wanted Tariella to always be by his side. The girl gasped involuntarily. He took her hand and asked her not to worry. Lionfell put the girl's hand to his chest. She involuntarily cried out, "Oh God!" The princess wondered if she was allowed to touch the emperor. She thought to herself that she was not yet ready for this. Suddenly our heroine saw a pattern emerging on the skin of the emperor's chest. She recognized this drawing. Tariella realized it was a drawing of a tree branch, and I realized that it was a magical barrier, a seal just above the heart. She had heard of this before. It was the day after the death of the World Tree, when a nightmare began across the entire continent. Then the deity left the people. People were in complete despair. And then an alchemist named Ginevra, with whom no one could compare in strength and knowledge, challenged the gods. He promised people to return divine power. He extracted sap from the branches of the dead door, and he began the Fedriac experiment, injecting it into people's blood. Under the guise of a mission to save the world, the alchemist conducted his inhuman experiments. However, at the moment when the sap of the tree entered the human body, it died, like the branches of the tree itself. And to stop this, a design was cut out above the heart, creating a protective barrier. But the gods seemed to mock humanity, for all the subjects died, dried up and frozen in bizarre poses. They resembled either statues or a tree. It turned out that the attempt to resist the gods turned out to be a cruel joke. And then people began to look everywhere for the alchemist and his assistants. But the search yielded nothing. They disappeared into the water. Tariella asked the emperor why he had this seal on him. He replied that he was the first and last to survive those experiments. The princess was surprised. After all, everyone knew that any participant in the experiment, if it became known, was to be executed. The emperor took the girl by the hand. He reported that one of the peace agreements on the continent was signed with a promise to end the death penalty and hostility. And then he, being a prince, became a participant in it. Lionfell insisted that he told her all this only because he wanted to ask her for something. He convinced the princess to use her magical powers on him. The emperor quietly told Tariella that now that she knew each other's secrets, they had nothing to fear. The girl could not understand how she could use her powers on him. But the man was persistent, and she realized that he really wanted it. Tariella decided to try anyway. She placed both palms on the emperor's bare chest and channeled her powers. Lionfell asked why she wanted to push him away and run away from here. She asked him to stop and be silent. When our heroine concentrated, the drawing changed its color to golden. It seemed like some kind of magic was happening. The emperor put his arm around Tariella's waist. The girl asked in surprise what it was. The emperor's hair became dark again. He asked if the princess remembered the promise he made that he would not tell her secret to anyone. Tariella silently looked at him with her huge green eyes. In return, the man asked her to come every night to heal him. The girl asked him again. The emperor asked her to be with him and use her magic only on him. In all corners of the kingdom, it was announced that His Majesty the Emperor Lionfell was getting married. The subjects discussed whether the rumor that the emperor was getting married was true. One of the ladies said that the bride was a newly arrived princess from the kingdom of Lupaon. The others simply could not believe that these were not just rumors, but reality. They had also heard that wedding invitations had already begun to be sent to aristocrats. It was rumored that the emperor cared deeply about his bride, that he doesn't let anyone except the maids near her. Although they saw that girl from afar, they said that she was very beautiful. The maids gossiped that the princess was very thin. They assumed that this was why the emperor constantly sent her a lot of delicious food. The servants began to wonder who had gained access to the princess's bedroom. They assumed that these were definitely not the simplest maids. It was assumed that the princess kept some secret or attracted people with something. In any case, they could not imagine that someone would take the place of the empress. The princess was lying in the room. She thought with displeasure how quickly Jeremy organized the wedding, and she considered the emperor creative, since he thought that he could treat her as a future empress if she agreed. The Palace of Damascus is located near the Tree of Peace, where even in chaos the blessing of the tree was preserved. The empress thought with surprise that no one had given anyone an entire palace before. The palace was damn nice. Tariella's room was located next to the emperor's room. Looking at everything in the bedroom, she understood what luxurious living meant. While enjoying this luxury, she was afraid to return to a life filled with fear and hunger. The princess decided that she needed to believe Lionfell. She couldn't figure out how the emperor could survive the Ferdiac experiment, because no one survived after it. The man replied that he was direct evidence that it was possible. The girl suddenly became interested. This happened to him after he became emperor, or Lionfell participated in the experiment while still a prince. The man insisted that the girl had nothing to worry about since his body was fine. He said that thanks to the princess, he felt normal, but he warned that the color of his hair would change the next night, because the magic of the seal would begin to work again. The princess couldn't believe this was happening again. She was surprised no one had noticed this all this time. Then the emperor asked if she hadn't heard that at night he locked himself in his room and got drunk. The princess confirmed that these were rumors, and the emperor assured that he had a good alibi, which excluded unwanted meetings. Lionfell said that when he was a prince there was much less interest in him. He said that back then he managed to hide without any tricks. Now everything was different, and that's why he needed a princess. They killed everyone who was involved in the experiment. Gender, age, status in society did not matter. And if the secret of Lionfell were discovered, the continent could plunge into war and become a new challenge to the gods. War could break out throughout the empire and the emperor would be defeated. The princess thought that every night he would come to her bedroom and undress. And if her powers could help in treatment, then were the healers or the high priest capable of doing anything? The prince replied that it was their secret and no one should know about it. Tariella asked what would happen if she let it slip. He jokingly said that he would kill her for this right there, mercilessly and cruelly. The woman asked how he knew that she had the power of a saint if they barely knew each other. The man replied that he was just guessing, but the princess insisted that he was absolutely sure of that. Only her mother knew about her powers. She assumed that he knew her mother, but he doesn't know her. The emperor assured that his body reacted on its own, knowing that the saint could heal him. He claimed there was no problem. He will keep her secret, and she must help hide his participation in the experiment. The princess thought that if she agreed, she would become an accomplice, and if everything was revealed, she would also be executed. The princess began to ask in alarm how he could say such things so calmly. He replied that she should go to the temple and tell the whole truth and return to the gods. She asked in fear if this problem could be solved somehow, or if she needed to run away. He said that it would be hard for her to hide if everyone knew that she was a saint. The emperor said that if they agreed, she would also benefit. He assured that as long as no big disaster happened, she could do whatever she wanted. If she becomes empress, she may have more power, and that she can control everyone. Tariella agreed. The princess thought that any problem could be solved, no matter whether it was easy or difficult. And if not her, then people will kill the emperor. The man likes that her look is full of determination. And now they were in the same boat. Lying in her room, the princess was lost in thought. That the prince needs her, and now she definitely won't die. Tariella realized that she would not die from any illness, even the weakest one, which could shake up the emperor's health. And she still didn't understand how Liebenfell knew about her powers. She decided that if anything became suspicious, she would immediately flee to another country and tell the whole truth about the emperor's participation in the Faridiak experiment. The emperor promised the girl that he would let her go if she held out for a year. She was sure that she could cope for the sake of a free life. To cope in order to make the disgusting Lupion family answer for everything. The heavenly body was already sloping towards the horizon, painting the tops of the castle towers with golden colors. The girl asked her father what they should do if Tariella became empress. The guy did not believe that the girl could become, and he said that if this happens, then let his other leg break. His sister supported him. She was sure that if she returned, it would only be as a corpse. The girl with the scar on her cheek insisted that if you looked at Tariella, her appearance really was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. The family continued their discussion. The brother said that the girl was quite ordinary in appearance, but as soon as she spoke, everything became bad. The guy believed that the children of noble families and royal blood of other countries should have been grateful to them for saving them from marriage to Tariella, who had the worst character in the world. Lupion agreed with his brother's opinion. He said that the girl was quite a good match for the emperor. It looked like both had problems in their heads. Therefore, he was sure that she would not even return to them as a corpse. The brunette insisted that the emperor was cruel and inhuman, and so he believed that the imperial castle would become a tomb for Tariella. He said that even if the girl returned, it would not be a big deal. After all, he heard that King Shalom was looking for a queen, and if he returns, he will send Tariella to him. The guy noticed that the king was already more than 70 years old. He also heard that more than 30 queens, who were now former ones, died at his hands. He emphasized that Karayan, the brother of the green-eyed girl, was soon to return. The question arose of what they should do if he started looking for his sister. Silence hung in the room. After all, everyone knew that Karayan was one of the strongest magicians, and hardly anyone on the continent was able to defeat him. And they all knew perfectly well that he loved his sister more than life itself. The girl suggested lying to them, and to say that his sister herself wanted to leave. Her brother supported her. He said that if she died in the emperor's palace, then they had nothing to fear that their lies would be discovered. The brunette ceremoniously cut himself a piece of juicy steak. He said that Karayan was now investigating cases related to the epidemic, and so he will not return to the royal castle anytime soon. He asked to be careful so that news of Tariella's departure did not reach the monarch. The brunette wanted Karajan to be the last one to know, and only after he finishes all his work and returns. He was sure that when this happened, the girl's funeral would already be in full swing. Both of the girl's hands almost touched the naked muscular torso of the emperor with their palms. It seemed like a magical effect was happening. Tariella still could not get used to such a regular ritual. In her hands, balls of her magical powers glowed, which she directed at Liebenfell. The girl thought that he was crazy, without a sense of compassion, but she believed that her husband was at the same time handsome and sexy. His hair had already darkened, and he rubbed the crown of his head with his fingers. The emperor looked at the girl with his amber eyes. He asked the princess if she was thinking about something strange just now, and she, smiling, assured that no. Tariella turned away, as if asking herself where she should start. The man told her that she was blushing a lot. The girl thought to herself that the emperor was too observant. She assured that she would have blushed even if she had touched not his majesty, but the same advisor, Jerem. The emperor considered this simply terrible. After all, if this really was the case, then someone will clearly see the blood, and he thought it was terrible. At these words, the man smiled carefree. Tariella insisted that it would have been much more convenient for her if he had not undressed every time during their magical healing, as if he wanted to seduce her. It was so difficult for her to use holy power with her hands every time. She suggested treating him through his clothes. The emperor was surprised by such a remark. He insisted that he liked it better without clothes. The princess widened her eyes. Tariella asked why this was so. She was sure that every time he had to spend time unbuttoning many buttons on his shirt. Lionfell leaned over the girl at the same time putting his arm around her waist. He looked straight into her eyes and smiled happily. And he asked how she thought. The princess thought that the emperor's face was too close to her. She said that if he continued, she would go to bed before midnight. The girl said that he would become a drunk again and would lock himself in his bedroom. The emperor asked her not to worry. And he said that if she didn't like it, then they could stop the magic session right now. In the girl's palm was a small ball of energy. She held it over his hand. And she thought that if she told him what she liked, then he would start doing whatever he wanted. Tariella said that the wedding ceremony would take place very soon, and she admitted that she was very worried about this. The emperor said it was good. He said that it was also the first time for him, and he assured that he was pleased to know that he was not the only one worried. He invited them to sit down and talk. The girl promised herself that she would not say a word to him again, and he told the princess that if she did not want King Lupeon to attend their wedding, then she could tell him about it now. The emperor assured that he simply would not send a letter of invitation to him and her entire family. The girl asked why he decided so. Lionfell said that it seemed to him that the princess did not want to see her family for as long as possible. It was surprising for the girl that she didn't say anything, but he already understood everything himself. But she didn't show it, and she asked feignedly what His Majesty was talking about, assuring that Lupeon was her family, and they were obliged to attend her wedding ceremony. Tariella said she wanted her siblings to receive an invitation. The brunette pulled the princess back. The emperor assured her that she could trust him. Tariella assured that then she herself would see how this whole evil family would die of envy. The girl believed that it was rare to have such an opportunity to enjoy such a spectacle, and she believed that she had to see it in person, so that she could then go to bed in a chic mood. She was waiting for this, but the emperor wanted not to invite her relatives. Lionfell asked how she could be so cruel. The girl clenched her fists at these words. She replied that it was all because of her mother. The brunette asked her to explain. Tariella said that her mother loved her so much that everyone else could only be jealous. The girl said that her mother taught her to love herself and never give up, and she was always so persistent. Tariella said that there was only one person in the world who loved her, but there was nothing stronger than that love. She always told her daughter, "Don't be foolish, straighten your shoulders, Terry." The woman said that if Tariella had not done anything wrong and was confident in herself, then there was no need to despair. The mother held the girl by the shoulders and pulled them back a little with her hands, helping her straighten her back. She said that her daughter still had her whole life ahead of her, and she assured that they would love her endlessly. While stroking the girl's head, she said that she would give her the whole world. Lionfell believed that the princess's mother was a wise woman and a good person. The girl assured that when she was born, her mother never hugged her. Tariella said that when she was 3 years old, everything changed. She assumed that her mother felt ashamed for not doing anything for her daughter. The emperor was sure that few people could take the child's side. The princess insisted that her mother really was an amazing person. The girl saw how Lionfell suddenly became thoughtful and sad. She wondered if he had good memories of his mom. She didn't like the look on his face at all. And then our heroine realized that she knew absolutely nothing about Emperor Lionfell, neither about him nor about his family. He said that since Tariella wanted it, he would send wedding invitations to all the Lupeons. The girl smiled and said that she would be waiting for them, and he assured that he would choose the fastest delivery. A few weeks later, a ship docked at the pier. His Majesty was informed that the Lupeon family had arrived. The 4 arrivals bowed and greeted the son of the empire. Tariella thought that the long-awaited day had come. She wanted them to answer her for everything. Lionfell said that it took them a long time to get there. The king was a little taken aback, not even having time to straighten up after bowing. The emperor said that he thought it was a great honor for them. After all, never in his life had he had to wait so long for guests. King Lupeon raised his head and began stuttering to address His Majesty. Tariella thought with gloating that her father had finally realized that he had fallen out of favor with the emperor. The princess could never imagine that she would see her relatives bowing their heads before her. Lionfell began to laugh carefree. After laughing, he insisted that he wanted to cheer them up after such a long journey, and it seemed he had gone a little too far. The king rubbed the back of his head, and he admitted to His Majesty that he was even afraid at first. Also joining the emperor's laughter, he assured that he had a simply amazing sense of humor. The emperor said that it was not really a joke. Our heroine's relatives again all tensed up and became wary at once, not knowing what to expect this time. Lionfell reported that they did not travel that long, and he said that Princess Tariella took 3 whole months to get here. He said that he had heard a lot about outstanding engineers in the kingdom of Lupion, and he admitted that he could not understand then why the princess's carriage was made of rotten boards and carried the princess to him for 3 months. King Lupion asked the emperor on occasion to have the emperor's engineer trained by his specialists. After all, anything could have fallen off the carriage, and it was still running. Lionfell said that when they sent him a lady in a rotten cart, whose wheel could fall off at any moment as a potential bride, was it really possible to boast about the craftsman? The king's face was tense, and the emperor laughed merrily again. He said that he seemed to have gone overboard with his jokes again. He said that he was sure that the king would hardly have done that. Lupion just nodded silently in response. Lionfell did not allow his guest to relax, and he said that if everything was as he said, then it was disrespect not only for the princess, but also for the one to whom they sent her. The emperor assured that this was insulting and humiliating for his person, as if they had spat in his face. He said that he considered himself a very hospitable person. He affectionately hugged his bride. Lionfell said that the relatives had not seen each other for a long time, so he was going to leave them alone, so that they can calmly chat about their family affairs. Tariella thanked His Majesty for the care shown to her and her family. The girl tenderly addressed the family members, expressing the unprecedented delight of meeting them. She said that she had not seen them for so long, and she assured that she missed them very much. The brother was the first to approach Tariella. He still couldn't believe that she was actually marrying the emperor. The girl thought that the idiot brother had clearly forgotten what the king had told him a couple of minutes ago before he left, so as not to touch Tariella or talk to her until he returned. The princess asked her brother where Karayan was and why he didn't come here with them. She insisted that she wanted to see him first, and not their angry faces. The sister replied that he was still dealing with the epidemic, which is why he could not come. She assured that there were more problems than they initially thought. That's why the matter dragged on for longer. It seemed to our heroine that if her brother had found out about her imminent wedding, he would have dropped everything and definitely come here. She realized that the situation was not going well for her. She asked herself the question, how did this happen? The sister asked if Tariella really intended to become empress. The girl replied that her family themselves had sent her here as a bride, and now they were also surprised that everything worked out well for her. She asked her older sister to confess that she thought the emperor would kill Tariella, and she assumed that they were very surprised to receive an invitation to the wedding. The sister screamed that everything was wrong. Our heroine assured the guest that she, as an empress, could now do whatever she wanted. The girl asked her relatives in surprise whether they really still didn't understand what was happening here, and she asked if they wanted to tell her anything else. The brother and younger sister were silent as fish, and the older sister stood turning away to the side. Tariella said that she already understood everything. She said that they mocked her all the time, and now they pretended that nothing like this had ever happened. It was so similar to them. The girl said that her plans for them would not change unless they calmed down and shut their mouths. The older sister said that it was all their plan. Tariella was taken aback. The sister asked her to think about it. After all, if they had not sent her here, she would not have been able to become empress. She recalled that the girl then said that she did not want to go anywhere. But if her family hadn't forced her, she would still be eating scraps, and she believed that the princess should be grateful to them for that. The girl urged her sister to appreciate such wonderful relatives who gave her a chance to change her life for the better. Tariella thought that it seemed they had not yet fully understood that they were in her palace, and not the other way around. The brother approached his sister as if as a sign of protection, partially covering her with himself. Then Tariella realized that they still remembered that they were not at home. She thought that it hardly even occurred to her relatives that now they should be more careful with her. After all, it's unlikely that her sister would have thought that the palace maids would take her side. Tariella told her sister that if she was going to lie to her, then she should at least pretend that she believed her own words. The girl was furious, putting her hands on her hips. The brother reminded me that there had been no wedding yet. Tariella asked what else they could tell her that was smart. He reported that at the moment their father was convincing His Majesty to choose another candidate for Empress as his wife, and he assured that the Emperor would probably want someone better than herself as his wife. Tariella pretended to look surprised. After all, it turned out that they made a mistake on such a trifle and destroyed everything themselves. Her relatives did not understand everything that was needed. Tariella assumed that they had a plan to kill her when she returned to the kingdom. The brother was glad that she understood, and asked if she was now afraid of them. Everything became clear to our heroine, that none of them even thought of apologizing to her. A servant entered their room. He carried 2 scrolls in his hands. He said that he had a message for them from the Emperor. The brother impatiently took one of the scrolls. He said that Tariella was now finished. He was sure that the wedding was cancelled and she would go back home. The princess ordered her brother to shut up and read His Majesty's message quickly. Then the guy's face turned red and his eyes bulged. He clearly didn't expect this. Tariella asked what was wrong, and she told her relatives that the Emperor decided to marry her not because he wanted more power, and he needed her strength, and he is unlikely to find anyone else like him. The older sister couldn't believe it. She asked why Lionfell decided to marry their unlucky half-sister. Tariella said that tomorrow she would inform the Emperor about their plans to kill her. The brother and older sister unanimously began to assure that they had not told her about the murder at all, and they were sure that no one would believe her anyway. The girl said that all the people in the room heard their recent conversation perfectly. Tariella calmly sipped his tea. He assured his relatives that it would be better for them to hold their tongues if they did not want to be left without them at all. The princess asked them to finally understand that this was her palace, and the people here will not cover them, as the servants did in Lupeon. That the servants here will take their side and hers. Tariella was drinking tea. The Emperor assumed that she was having fun while she was interacting with her family. Lionfell said that the mood of the Lupeons had clearly improved since their arrival, and he assumed that it was such a cheerful and sincere meeting of her closest relatives. Tariella asked her relatives if they didn't expect this. She asked them what would happen if His Majesty suddenly found out about what had happened, and she reminded me that they were talking about the Emperor. The princess said that since they were one family, she would deign to give one of them a chance. She assured that all that was needed was for one of them to bend the knee to her and apologize, and after that she will forgive them all. Tariella said that it was still better than losing her head, and she assured that they were losing absolutely nothing, except maybe their pride. The girl ordered them to kneel. All 3 stood in a humiliating position facing the floor. The brother said that he was the first to bow down. His sister disputed his words. The younger one said that she bowed so much that her forehead hit the floor. They started arguing, and this greatly entertained our heroine. The Emperor told the bride that her family looked extremely worried. He assumed that she had done something to them, and he insisted that she shouldn't have wasted herself on each of them. He asked me to leave it to him. Lionfell was sure that even a small mosquito, constantly itching above the ear, could spoil the nerves. She said she had no intention of taking the fight out of the family. After all, this could go into the political plane. Tariella assured the groom that he should not have interfered. She preferred to keep her family problems within the family. After all, if everything develops into a fight, it will bring a lot of problems. The Emperor noticed that it was completely unexpected for him to see the girl happy. The princess mentally reproached herself that she had forgotten that she should not have looked so happy. Lionfell said that she convinced him, and he will respect her will. Our heroine thought to herself that she could not even imagine that a man whom everyone knew as a tyrant could be such a nice gentleman. The girl admitted that she was interested from the very beginning. The Emperor asked why she was only talking about this now, and he offered to contact him without hesitation. The princess asked the groom if Jerem knew that the master changes every night. He replied that no one knew about this. Lionfell said that although he completely believed Jeremy, he did not think that he should know everything. The princess was extremely surprised that no one knew about the Emperor's secret, even the closest ones. Lionfell replied that only she knew about it. That is, he did not reveal his secret to anyone. The girl thought that in her opinion this secret was quite easy to keep secret, because it was not so obvious. But she thought that it must have been quite difficult for Lionfell. Tariella said that Counselor Jerem was always there for him, and she was surprised how the emperor managed to keep everything secret from him for so long. Lianfell replied that unfortunately, Jerem had no need to appear in his bedroom at night. The advisor began to scatter papers around the room. The princess only noticed his presence. She was annoyed that he heard everything. The guy was shaking all over. He asked His Majesty what was being discussed. He heard only part of the phrase and could not understand why he had to appear in the master's bedroom at night. Tariella called the advisor a prankster in a gentle voice. She insisted that it was wrong to eavesdrop. Jerem asked the princess not to take His Majesty's words in any way wrong, to which the girl responded by insisting that everything was fine. The guy smacks his forehead. It was like a weight lifted off his shoulders when he was convinced that the lady understood everything. Tariella asked him not to worry, because she respected the choices and preferences of other people. The advisor suggested respecting him, not his preferences. The princess thought it was a rather funny situation. She assumed that the emperor was also delighted. Lianfell asked to leave jokes aside. He asked what kind of documents they were. Jerem began to select something from the sheets scattered on the floor. He promised that he would tell them everything now. The advisor showed the emperor a list of aristocratic families who would like to greet the princess before the wedding ceremony. Lianfell asked if all these letters were from these same families. The guy confirmed this. Tariella was horrified. She was sure it would take years to meet each of them. Lianfell said that the princess does not have that much time. Therefore, he ordered everyone to be refused. The advisor told His Majesty that this was not the best choice. The emperor reported that this was his order, and he asked if he wanted to challenge him. Jeremy insisted that he did not argue but advised. He recalled that this was his job. The advisor handed the papers into the hands of Princess Lupeon. He asked His Majesty if he wanted to turn his future wife into an outcast just as he had turned himself. Jeremy insisted that it was good to have a variety of people around you, and he believed that these dark horses were worthy of special attention. The guy said that that's why he chose several people whose connections might be useful. Tariella asked the advisor if she should have met and become close to these people. The advisor corrected the princess that he had not told her about the need for rapprochement, but he insisted that all these aristocrats were good people. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. Jerem said that among those people there were those who were engaged in illegal activities. For example, I worked with narcotic drugs. He assured that there were similar people in high society. The emperor told him that he did not think that the princess should have contact with such people. He replied that Tariella at least should have known about them, because she was soon to become empress. The advisor said that the princess must decide for herself whether to keep such people nearby or to get rid of them. Tariella thought that the guy was right. She was holding a significant stack of papers in her hands. The girl made a deal with Lianfell and gained power into her hands, which allowed her to force the Lupion family to apologize to her. And so Tariella now bore some responsibility. The princess answered the advisor that she understood everything he was talking about. The princess said that she had to decide, to be a lone socialite in this battle, or to attract to her side the aristocrats whom Jerem would advise her, and fight on the same side with them. The advisor praised the princess for her wisdom, and Tariella thought to herself that this rather competent advisor was unlikely to be on her side. The emperor, looking at his bride, thought she was simply amazing. The advisor said that voluntarily choosing the path of suffering was quite difficult, but he thought the decision was wise. He asked the emperor why he was so happy. Lianfell asked him if his throat had been sore in recent days. It seemed to him that he was getting sick. The guy asked what it all meant, and he was categorically against anyone else getting his work. He was not sure that the emperor would cope. Tariella even admired the spectacle. She thought that even if Jerem would never be on her side, he would definitely be on Lianfell's side. She thought that there was hardly a person in this palace who would treat the tyrant so well. Tariella understood that her fiancé was more comfortable with the advisor than with anyone else. After all, being close to the emperor, it was quite natural that he was afraid of the sudden appearance of a new person. Lianfell asked his assistant how preparations for the wedding were going so well. The guy was surprised that he was asked about this so early. He replied that the hall for the wedding was almost ready, and he asked if the emperor wanted to take a look. Tariella was amazed at what she saw. She couldn't even hold back an involuntary exclamation. She said that the aroma was simply wonderful, and there was complete delight on her face. The girl asked if it was the smell of flowers. She admitted that it was as if her mind had been cleared of such a smell. Someone who unexpectedly joined them asked if the beautiful Princess Tariella liked this smell. The man said that the atmosphere was indeed extremely pleasant thanks to the holy water sprinkled everywhere. Lionfell was surprised by the appearance of Mr. Elihu. Our heroine has already heard the name Elik. This man was called by the gods themselves and became the youngest high priest, and he had the most powerful connection with holy power. Tariella realized that it was him she should have avoided. It seemed to her that Elik seemed to be glowing from within. The girl instinctively hid behind the emperor. The high priest greeted his majesty. He replied that they had not seen him for a long time. Lionfell assured that if he had known that he was here, he would have come later so as not to interfere. Elik replied that their visit did not bother him in any way, and he assured that if anyone said something like that, Semula would punish him. The blonde pretended that he had only just noticed the princess. He smiled and greeted her in a friendly manner, giving her a compliment. The girl thought that it was her turn. The high priest bowed and said that he was pleased to meet you. He introduced himself by name and said that he was Semula's right hand. The girl, without leaving behind the emperor, answered that she was glad to meet you and introduced herself as Tariella Lupeon. The girl thought that he had not done anything yet, but she already felt his aura. The princess understood that the high priest had only to touch her, and he would immediately understand that she possessed holy power. The emperor said that the princess still felt awkward in the new place. He asked to treat this with understanding. Elik answered his majesty that he understood everything perfectly, and he asked the lady not to worry. Tariella didn't understand why he was looking at her so intently. She was still hiding behind the emperor. Lionfell asked how long Elik planned to remain in the empire. He said that he heard that he was going to return to charity. The high priest said it was over, and he assured that he was thinking about staying in the empire for a while. He explained that the junior priests were concerned that the temple had been left unattended for a long time, and the senior priests went to charity work, and he will look after it here. Elik said he would also like to attend their wedding. The emperor cursed to himself that there was nothing he could do to dispute this argument. He replied that the news was wonderful, and our heroine was still hiding behind her back. She understood that she should have avoided the high priest so that he would not find out who she was. The girl said that she was tired. Tariella asked the emperor if they could leave already. Lionfell said that since his bride was tired, it was time for them to go. Having embraced the princess, the monarch left. He quietly told her that he hoped that she would continue to get tired at the sight of Elish. The high priest called to them and asked them to wait. He smiled and asked if he could bless the emperor and princess, granting them spiritual purification. Our heroine really hoped that he did not understand who she was. Lionfell became alarmed. He replied that everything was fine, and he reminded her that he promised to keep her secret. The emperor only offered to bless him. He insisted that the princess was already exhausted. He said that in his opinion the girl needed sleep now. Lionfell answered Elik that if they have time, they will come to him for a blessing. The blonde smiled and agreed with his majesty. The girl was in a hurry to leave the room. Tariella exhaled, calming down. She understood that just a little more and everything would have become known. It was good that Lionfell intervened in time. But then the girl heard a squeaking sound. She was surprised and began to look around in search of the source of the sound. And only when she lowered her eyes to the floor did Tariella see the tiny creature. It was a round hamster with light fur. Tariella anxiously asked the emperor if the high priest had guessed about her abilities, and he was surprised that instead of rejoicing at his arrival, she asked him about some other man. The princess insisted that she was worried. After all, if anyone finds out her secret, it will not be easy for all of them. Lionfell asked what of this. The girl was taken aback. She was sure that if the truth was revealed, then she would not become empress. The man rubbed his forehead. He told the princess that things were a little different, but she had nothing to worry about. And he asked if he should have gotten rid of Elik. The girl asked not to joke like that. Tariella asked if she could trust him completely. She assumed that Lionfell, Counselor Jerem and the high priest could be planning something behind her back. The emperor was surprised that she saw him like this every night, but still asked about trust. He said that besides him she had no one else to trust. The princess did not agree with this opinion. Tariella urged his majesty to undress. It was time for them to start. The emperor was surprised that now she wanted to see how he would undress. Lionfell was amazed that his bride ordered him so easily. She shamed him, and she insisted that she simply asked him to take off his clothes. The emperor asked where her modesty had gone. The girl thought that he was angry with her, but then a strange sound was heard. She immediately became wary. The man was taking off his shirt, and she assured that she were alone in this bedroom. Lionfell said that if the princess wanted, he could take off all his clothes completely, and the emperor immediately unfastened his belt on his trousers. The girl pushed her hand away and reminded the emperor that he was now her patient. Of course he had to take off his clothes, otherwise her power wouldn't work. She hit Lionfell with her hand and asked if he wanted her to stop treating him. Tariella asked what he would do then, assuming that he will again hide behind some disease like alcoholism and begin to lock himself in his bedroom every night. He answered, "No." The princess sat down on the edge of the bed and commanded in a commanding tone to approach her. Lionfell was obedient and submitted to her orders. Soon Lionfell was putting on his shirt and fastening the buttons on it. Suddenly his gaze stopped at the cage and he asked what kind of fat mouse it was. The princess corrected His Majesty that it was a hamster. She insisted that she forgot to show it. She said that it was her new friend, clarifying that she was a friend. She said that she was going to name her Moo. The emperor said that it was still a mouse. He wondered where Tariella got it. The girl admitted that she found him on the way out of the hall. The princess said that she remembered the hamster that she and her mother had in the royal palace, and that one was also called Moo. She asked if Lionfell liked hamsters, and she wondered if she should have asked him first before bringing her here. The emperor assured the girl that everything was in order. He was sure that the more she found something for herself here, the better it was for him. The man took a piece of paper from the stack. He asked if Tariella had read the letters that Jerem brought her. The girl replied that she had thought about it, that it would be worth it, and she said that she simply hadn't had time to read them all yet. The emperor was surprised that among the letters there was also one addressed from Count Relamph. Lionfell tore the paper. He told the princess that he respected her will, but he asked her not to get close to Count Relamph under any circumstances. Tariella asked in surprise why, and asked her to explain it clearly. The emperor asked if she remembered the rumors that he allegedly killed half of the ministers immediately after the coronation. He insisted that he still could not kill two, and one of those two was Duke Relamph. Lionfell said that he longed for the death of him, but this cunning snake said that if he was killed, it would change the future. It was the first time our heroine had seen the emperor get so angry. His face turned red and his hands clenched into fists. The girl thought that most likely Jerem was aware of the whole situation between the emperor and the duke, and she couldn't understand why the advisor told her about the need to meet Relamph. The morning was clear. Our heroine thought that the sun was shining so brightly today, and she didn't understand why she had to sit here within 4 walls in such beautiful weather. The man said that it was just wonderful that he was able to meet her, the princess, while he was leaving the meeting. He said that he had brought tea in the hope that they would be able to meet, and he thanked the gods for this incident. The guest said that the aroma was quite unusual. He reported that they add rose petals to their tea. He assured that recently it had become quite difficult to find them. The princess caught herself feeling that she was really chewing flowers. The man asked her opinion. He said that this tea was prepared on his orders, and he compared the girl to a rose flower. Tariella thought that she didn't want to go to the garden today, and I blamed myself for not listening to my intuition. The maid asked the princess if she should have brought her lady regular tea. The man advised Tariella to monitor the behavior of the servants, even if she had not yet become empress. The duke was surprised how the maid dared to interrupt the conversation of the owners without permission. He considered it complete impudence. The maid looked back at the guest with fear. The princess replied that her servants were simply worried about their mistress, and she assured that she saw nothing bad or reprehensible in that. Tariella smilingly told the guest that she would talk to her assistant later. The man says that even if the maid came from another country, such behavior was still disrespectful. The duke said that after the wedding ceremony Tariella would become empress, and if she has such servants, such situations will be repeated every time. The girl thought to herself that she knew this type of people very well. He was an intelligent and strong man. Such people knew very well how good they were and were always dissatisfied with what they had. People like him looked down on everyone and loved to wipe their feet on others. The guest offered to help simply find the princess a more suitable servant, and he said that if the princess gives the go-ahead he will do it as quickly as possible. Tariella agreed. There was horror in the maid's eyes. The girl ordered her servant to bring her another tea. She said this one didn't taste good, and she insisted that she didn't understand how people actually drink it. The The Duke, still smiling, said that he had made a mistake with the tea. The princess confirmed this. The guest said that the girl was simply unaccustomed to such a taste. He assured that this would not always be the case, claiming that over time she will definitely like tea. And he advised her to try it again. Tariella replied that she had once heard that if you tolerated things you didn't like, you could get very sick. Relinef assured that it was possible to get used to it. The princess replied that she was not so patient. The man said that with such a level of patience, it would be difficult for a girl to drink ordinary tea. She replied that she tried different tastes. The Duke regretted that His Majesty also did not like this type of tea, and he grieved that the princess did not like him either. The man said that such tea was difficult to find, and he advised Tariella to think carefully again. He assured that many wanted to get this particular type of tea, but not everyone succeeded. The Duke said that he personally brought it to her. Suddenly the high priest came into them. He greeted the Duke and princess with a smile. Alec said that he saw them in the garden. It seemed to him that the two of them were having a wonderful time. Therefore, he decided to stop by and greet them, and he asked if he could also join their tea party. The Duke suddenly realized that he had not noticed how time had flown by during the conversations. He insisted that it was already time for his next meeting. Relinef, already at the door, turned around and told the high priest that the princess did not quite understand how she should enjoy tea. He asked him to try to explain this to her clearly. When the door closed behind the man, Alec said there was a faint odor coming from the Duke. He said that if the princess's heart told her to get close to him, then okay. But if otherwise, then she should avoid this person. The princess could not understand what the high priest was talking about. She assumed that the guest simply smelled bad. Alec assured that the princess smelled wonderfully of flowers. The girl was alarmed that the blonde man was too close to her. He asked what her scent was. Alec reached out his hand to the girl. She couldn't understand what was happening at all, but his hand will be intercepted by the emperor himself, from somewhere unknown and taken from the room. Now the high priest stood like a thief caught by the hand with his head bowed. Lianfell asked in a stern tone what he was planning to do. Alec bowed politely to greet the emperor. The blonde insisted that he just came to greet the princess. The emperor said that it seemed to him that he had decided to loosen his hands here. The high priest assured that everything was wrong and swore on his life. He asked the princess's forgiveness if he had frightened her. The girl asked him not to worry, assuring him that everything was fine. Alec bowed and said that he thought she should have rested. He assured that the princess could contact him at any time, that he is ready to bless her, as he said earlier. He said goodbye as he left. Lianfell asked the bride if she was okay. She confirmed and thanked her for her concern. The emperor asked how she had enjoyed the tea party with Elihu. The girl asked what it was supposed to be, and she was surprised that he could think that she would suddenly want to confess all her secrets. Tariella reported that while walking in the garden, she unexpectedly met Duke Relinef there. The girl said that he boasted that he had brought very tasty tea. There were too many people around then, and she did not dare to refuse him to come here to the palace. Tariella saw how her fiancé grew gloomy. She realized that talking about the Duke instantly spoiled the emperor's mood. Lianfell said that he could not kill him then, and if I did this, the future would change. These were his words. The girl replied that she remembered. She was sure that there were no people in the world who could give an accurate forecast. And then the question arose, why? She assumed something had happened between the two. Tariella said that this man was unlikely to ask her for tea again. The emperor worriedly asked what happened here in his absence. The princess replied that he ignored her and said that she was not needed here. The emperor frowned with annoyance. He said it was all because of him. The girl did not understand what Lianfell had to do with it, and she said that the Duke ignored her. The princess assured that she knew how to distinguish a criminal from a victim. She understood that the emperor would not protect her like a hothouse flower. Tariella said that if he was going to do that, he shouldn't have done it. She assured me that she could handle everything well on her own. She asked His Majesty not to take her problems upon himself. The princess said that she simply did not like standing on the sidelines and watching someone do something for her. Lianfell, smiling, stated that the girl was not looking for easy ways. Tariella denied this. She understood that life would be good in a golden cage, but she believed that it was not worth it for someone to go through this thorny path instead of her. After all, this was her life and her personal problems. The girl thought that if she encountered something painful for herself, then she would think about Lianfell's proposal. Although she was not sure that he would be by her side all her life, Tariella told her groom that she couldn't do absolutely everything herself, and she assured that if she couldn't handle something, she would leave it to him. She said that Lionfell would definitely cope. The Emperor was a little surprised by this statement, but he soon began to smile, and he pretended to say in an offended tone that she ordered him to do all the dirty work for her, and she corrected that she shared responsibilities. Lionfell said that it occurred to him. He said that the princess herself could achieve a lot. The girl replied that His Majesty already had something to do. The Emperor invited her to voice what, in her opinion, he should do. And when asking, he didn't suggest that he should pay attention to his abdominal muscles. In a high tower on a dark night, Emperor Lionfell was talking with a prisoner. He told his mother that he saw how well she lived here. The woman looked at him warily from under her forehead. The Emperor asked what happened, and he asked if she was surprised that he looked the same as during the day. He said that he had finally found her, the one that will make him a normal person, and not the monster she turned him into. And he said that more precisely, he simply would not let that girl go. Jerem assured that if this continues, there will be no wedding. He said that Mrs. Marina would tell her all the information in more detail. Tariella said that she had a lot to pay attention to, and she assured that before she thought that everything would be much more complicated. The princess turned to the advisor that she wanted to ask him something. He announced his readiness to listen to her. He argued that he could safely address him on a first-name basis. The girl told Jeremy that she would speak frankly with him. She wondered why he recommended Duke Rillenef to her. The advisor said that she knew that she and His Majesty were very far from good relations, and there was no particular reason for that. The Duke was simply one of the most influential people. The princess was surprised that this was so, even being on bad terms with the Emperor himself. Jeremy was sure that such a thing as politics should not be burdened with personal feelings. He said that not every influential person was good. The advisor asked the princess what was wrong with using evil for good. He said that he was the one who gave advice to His Majesty. Jeremy argued that even if it concerned personal motives, feelings, or dirty plans that should not have been, he was happy to help her if it was useful for her and the Emperor. Tariella said that if such things were used for good, she was afraid that such things could lead to disaster. She insisted that there was a fine line between good and evil, and they are not very different. Jeremy said that if evil is useful, then it can be considered good, and he offered to give an example. He insisted that he knew why they started conducting the Ferdiac experiment. The girl's eyes widened. The advisor said that he personally was against experiments on people, because it was a crime and from an ethical point of view it could not be allowed, and it should have been done differently. He insisted that now, however, their world was on the verge of collapse, and if the world is about to perish, then all of humanity will go along with it too. Jeremy asked who could save such a situation. The advisor suggested that the alchemist's experiments could be successful, and then the tree of the world would be restored. He asked if it were so, the world would be saved. The princess said that it could be so, but Jeremy insisted that this would not have happened. Of course, the story of Livenfell surviving the experiment was real. However, the world tree could not be revived, and it's not a fact that this was even possible. The girl insisted that the advisor tell her why he advised her to meet Rillenef. She wondered how his evil intentions could be used for good. Duke Rillenef was like evil. He dreamed of having power over others. However, he had power, an army and lands that could be extremely useful if war broke out. Tariella knew that the advisor was right. Although now they maintained peace and did not violate borders, but at the moment of betrayal, the truce would certainly have come to an end. The princess asked the advisor whether it was worth it for the safety of His Majesty to establish contact with the Duke. Tariella said that if anything happened in the future, it was necessary to make sure that Rillenef would stand up for His Majesty. She understood that his power would be useful, but the Emperor clearly hated him. Jeremy suggested leaving these worries to him. He asked by chance whether the princess wanted to take the post of advisor, and not the Empress. He asked to look into his eyes, how many capillaries in his eyes had burst, and he said that lately all the work had been on him, and he was already tired. Tariella told him the doors were there by pointing her finger at him. When he left, he said that she was so cold to him. Already at the door, Jeremy turned around and asked the princess for forgiveness that he had to take advantage of her for the well-being of His Majesty. The girl waved her hand goodbye to him, smiling, and assured him that everything was in order. She thought that why should the advisor apologize if she herself used Lionfell? That's why she agreed to marry him. After all, in the end, it was also beneficial for the Emperor. There were many guests in the banquet hall. Tariella was surprised that her family had secretly gone back to their kingdom the previous night. Our heroine was wearing the most gorgeous wedding dress today, and she herself looked quite determined. The girl imagined how, under the cover of darkness, her family sneaked one after another, leaving the palace unnoticed. She was surprised that it was so painful for them to watch her become empress. Tariella told them after them that they, ungrateful cowards, should not even call her home. The maid asked the princess to get up slowly. The servant girl opened the door for the mistress and invited her to enter. There the emperor was already waiting impatiently for her. Elik performed the marriage ceremony. Finally, he asked the couple to seal their vow to be together forever with a kiss. Tariella was somewhat undecided. She asked herself if it was necessary for them to kiss. After all, this wedding was only for 1 year. Lionfell turned to the princess with a wide and open smile. She thought to herself that he had been just as close to her last night, but she couldn't understand why she was so worried now. The emperor assured that she could not pay attention to the fact that so many people were looking at her now. Lionfell assured the princess that this was how it should have been at the emperor's wedding, so that they would be the center of everyone's attention. He asked Harry to understand him, and he extended his hand to her, intending to caress her. The princess did not understand what she should have understood. Lionfell touched the bride's face and brought his face closer to hers, intending to kiss her. He asked the princess to close her eyes. The emperor's lips touched Tariella's lips. She trusted him, and he gently hugged his wife and enjoyed the moment. Night fell on the emperor's palace. Distant stars shone coldly down from the heavens. Our heroine thought that despite the fact that she and the emperor met every night after midnight, but they never slept in the same room with him. After all, every time after the treatment, Lionfell returned to his room. However, today was their wedding night. This meant that she had to sleep with Lionfell and meet the morning together. At this moment, the girl was simply burning with shame. The emperor pulled his new wife's cheek. She asked what he was doing. Lionfell said that her cheeks were very soft. He believed that the princess had suffered enough today, and he suggested that she consider it a massage. The girl tried to hold her husband's hands, but he said that there was no way she could tear them off. The emperor said that it seemed to him as if her hands were stuck to his hands. The girl asked why he got it. The husband lightly pushed the girl onto her back on the bed. Lionfell was surprised that the princess did not ask him to undress today. But then he corrected himself that she had already become an empress today. The girl said that his hair had not turned white yet. But then the clock began to strike midnight. Their sounds were heard throughout the room. With the last blow, the hair on the emperor's head became snow white. He asked if he should have taken off his clothes now. Lionfell suggested that his wife direct her strength not to treatment, but to something else. She thought he was deviating a little from her plans. The emperor took his wife by the hand. He said that he and she didn't know what the reaction would be when she touched him where she had never touched him before. The morning sun shone through the window, obsessively awakening the newlyweds. The sleepy girl complained that someone was messing around. She opened her eyes and was surprised to see Lionfell sleeping nearby. She asked herself why he was here. The emperor was still sleeping quietly and soundly. Tariella began to remember last night. She remembered how her husband said that they did not know what his reaction would be if they touched his body in new places. Our heroine tried to force herself to remember, but she couldn't. She understood where everything was going yesterday, but did not know what happened after and how it all happened. Tariella didn't remember at all who put her to bed. She still couldn't figure out who was doing this. After all, Lionfell was sleeping right in front of her. But then someone squeaked. Having lowered her eyes, the girl saw the light hamster Mai, who was literally glowing with rays. Tariella remembered that Moo's cage was in her bedroom, and she couldn't understand how the hamster ended up here. The girl held the tiny creature in her palm and gently touched its fur. Our heroine told the rodent that she was smart for finding her. She jokingly suggested that she was not a hamster at all. The creature replied that she guessed right, suggesting that she felt energy. Tariella was scared that the rodent answered her, and he asked why the girl was surprised, and she reminded her that she had just asked her. The heroine, trying to calm herself down, having found a logical answer, suggested that she was simply still sleeping, and she began to pinch herself on the cheeks to wake up. Moo said that yesterday she had to put the girl to sleep. The creature said that by doing so she broke her promise not to interfere in human affairs, but then she believed that it was necessary to protect her from that harsh guy. The girl was surprised how the hamster could talk. She asked who or what it was. Mu said that there was a reason for the girl's powers, the reason why all people on this earth lived and breathed. The animal said that the creator of this life and the cause of all destruction was Simula. The hamster asked if that was what people called her. Our heroine's eyes became even wider from what she heard. Simela did not create humanity, but she loved people so much that she wanted to be a parent for them. Therefore, she created the tree, which became the power of this land. The girl realized that Mu was the goddess Simula. The rodent said that Tariella received her power and now felt it. She asked how long ago this happened to her. The hamster said that the girl was quite reasonable. She admitted that at first she underestimated her, considering her stupider than Elich, but then changed her mind. The rodent explained that she took the form of a hamster, so that not much interest would be shown in her. The creature said that if she had appeared in a different form, people would then have fought wars for the right to possess her, although this was impossible in principle. The rodent said that it was very good that Tariella noticed her and took her in, wanting to take care of her, and she said that she needed a body that could withstand her strength. But no one coped. Tariella looked at her sleeping husband with the hope that he would not wake up from the noise, and I was surprised that he was so tired. The hamster assured that there was no need to worry, because the emperor had been put to sleep. The girl said that she understood that a talking hamster was something incredible, but she asked to prove to her that she was really Samala. The rodent waved its paws, and he said that it was impossible to come up with a better proof. She said that only the goddess of life could create flowers from thin air. At that same moment, various flowers began to fall on the bed. It was very beautiful. The hamster told Tariella that she could enjoy it as much as she wanted, and she assured that it was difficult to find such beautiful flowers in this world. The girl thought that the deity was simply crazy. The girl asked Miu if she felt better. The hamster took a breath, exhaling noisily, and she admitted that she had not chatted like this with anyone for a long time. Apologies for getting a little carried away. Our heroine decided for herself that she would continue to call the creature Mu. She asked what she was doing here. After all, she remembered that she left the animal in a cage in her room. The rodent replied that she had come to say hello before going to the main temple. She said that sleeping in the cage gave her back pain, but it was soft here, and she slept well here that night. The girl thought that if Mu was really a mula, then it was only natural that she would want to go to the priests in the temple and not to her. Hamster assured her that there was nothing to worry about. She said that she had heard that the princess was going back, and she reported that she felt that she was afraid of loneliness most of all. And she assured that now all her nights would be illuminated by all the stars of the world. The hamster raised her ear and said that she heard someone's steps. She ordered to wake up the emperor. The rodent was already running away, and the girl asked her to wait because she wanted to ask her something else. The creature replied that people want the gods to love their creatures unconditionally. However, the gods are always close to people every second. She insisted that she was always watching the girl. Tariella shouted after the hamster so that she would not leave, but the rodent had already run away. At this very time, the maid entered the bedroom and wished the lady good morning. Both maids were delighted and very surprised to see many flowers on the bed of the imperial couple. Lionfell, opening his eyes, was also surprised. His wife asked if he got enough sleep, and I thought to myself that the maids would quickly get out of here and get out of here, and mentally scolded Komichula. The advisor reported that candidates for the role of personal maids of the empress were listed there. He asked that after the choice was made, he should be informed of the decision. The girl asked him to either laugh or remain serious, but for him to choose one thing. She said that she did not want to be ridiculed, and once again she said that the petals flew through the open window in the room. Jeremy told the lady that he didn't mean anything like that, and he was sure that His Majesty would probably like such a gift. And our heroine mentally promised Mai that she would get her fluffy fat butt. Tariella asked the advisor if he had a younger sister. He realized that Iana had applied to be Her Majesty's maid, and he answered that he thought that it seemed that he saw her from outside. Jeremy said there was a big age difference, but when the conversation came up about whether he had a sister, he did not hide the presence of one. The girl asked the counselor if he wanted to be close to his sister. He answered negatively. The guy said that the position of the Empress's personal maid was extremely prestigious. But if Iana takes this post, after interrupting, Tariella finished the conversation for him. She believed that this would make it more difficult for the advisor to convince her. The girl insisted that she considered him a cold-blooded guy, and he turned out to be a caring older brother. Jeremy reported that Iana was the youngest in the family, so her parents took care of her the most. He said that even in the most difficult days, she was never left alone. Tariella told the advisor that he was doing a good job, and she assured that in this case she would not take Iana so that he would not worry. She ordered him to select several profiles for her. Already at the door, the advisor turned over his shoulder and said that he would do everything possible to choose the best maid of honor for the Empress. He assured that she would be such that she and her husband would like it. Jeremy said that this would not be an overbearing man, but a kind man who would always stand by her side. Tariella insisted that she was pleased to hear this. When the doors closed, our heroine heard the voice of a young girl. She asked her brother if he had spoken to Her Majesty about working as a personal maid of honor. And I was wondering how it all went. The girl told Jeremy that she even prepared a welcoming speech for the Empress. Tariella thought to herself that she was too loud, and I was glad that I decided not to hire her. The girl tweeted to her brother that everyone said that the imperial couple woke up today in a bed full of flowers, and I thought it was quite romantic. Tariella mentally told Mu to prepare to listen. King Lupion was sitting at the table. He pounded the table with his clenched fist and cursed angrily at himself. And he said that the emperor was insolent. He recalled how he threatened that if he or Tariella caught his eye again, he would be finished. And I couldn't understand why the girl imagined herself to be the one who could bring their entire family to their knees. The son who came in said that it was better than playing along with Leonhardt. He saw no reason for them to fear him if the Tree of Life was no longer in his control. The father asked if his son wanted to end the Continental Peace Agreement and start a war. The guy assured that several kingdoms had already heard about concerns at the top. He insisted that he was not just relaxing during the trip. The son proposed to overthrow Emperor Leonhardt, and Tariella would simply break her neck. He didn't see the blonde approaching from behind. He asked him to repeat it again. Karajan said that he overheard an extremely interesting conversation. The king was also extremely surprised by his unexpected appearance. The blonde said that he warned them before he left. He said that no matter how many there were, Terry was the only one who was his family, and he warned not to touch her. A white wolf appeared above Karajan's head and magical power swirled around him. Squinting his eyes angrily, the blonde persistently repeated his question, where his sister was now. Emperor Lionfell sat on his desk in a state of complete reverie. He seemed to be sad. The advisor asked the gentleman what had happened, and was it somehow connected with the Empress? He assumed that he was worried about the wedding. The emperor said that he and his wife had something in the evening, but he did not remember anything at all. Jeremy clarified whether they were talking about their wedding night. Lionfell, with a dreamy face, asked what else could interest him. The advisor said that in this case he should go to his place now. He believed that the gentleman should have been left alone with his worries. The guy turned around and left the office. Lionfell said it was funny, but he didn't remember anything from last night. And Tariella was acting rather strange this morning. He assumed that she was unhappy and erased his memory. The emperor sadly wondered if he had really been so bad in bed yesterday, that his wife had simply erased his memory with her magical powers. Meanwhile, Tariella admired the hamster cage. She recently hung precious necklaces on it, with the hope that if she does this, the deity will change her mind about destroying everything here. The girl mentally promised to give the rodent whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't get rowdy. At this time they entered the room. The husband called out to Tariella. The girl was surprised to see him so early. She asked him what happened, reminding him that it was not yet midnight. He replied that he knew what time it was now. The Empress asked her husband why he came to her then. Lionfell asked if he couldn't just come to her without any special business. He reminded them that they were now married, and for this reason he asked to address him on a first-name basis. After all, I thought it would be better this way. The man said that his wife knew his name, but the girl assured that she, as the Empress, could not simply call him by name. He assured that this is exactly what she should do. Lionfell was playing with a lock of her hair. He convinced Tariella not to leave him. The girl assured that she would not leave him, and she asked who abandoned people in the first place. The brunette said that he remembered all this. The emperor asked his wife with the most serious expression on his face what he did wrong last night. Tariella answered negatively, and she assured that everything was fine then. And she herself was wary of why he was asking her about this, and what could have already happened. Then after the ceremony, she and her husband went to the bedroom, and then Mu woke her up. Lionfell summed up that everything was fine. The girl thought that the emperor was asking her about the wedding. Maybe he was wondering if he had made some mistake at the ceremony or something. Tariella suggested out loud that her husband might have asked her about that kiss at the wedding. The girl thought that it would be better if everything was agreed upon in advance. Then she wouldn't be scared. But the past could not be corrected, so the husband wanted to talk to her, in order to avoid misunderstandings. The emperor asked his wife to tell him honestly whether everything was fast or bad. The girl assumed that after all it was about a kiss. Lionfell suggested they try again. Tariella was simply taken aback, and her husband gently took her by the waist with his hand and pressed her to him. The girl wondered in surprise whether this man had never made a mistake in his entire life. The brunette brought his face closer to his wife. He looked rather determined. She asked him to wait. Lionfell said that she knew perfectly well what would happen next, and he asked if she didn't want this, that she would push him away. Tariella thought to herself that her husband was a real devil, who could tempt her so masterfully that she could not resist. The couple merged in a passionate kiss. At that moment his hair was already white. It was sweet for both of them. When Tariella broke away from her husband, she was extremely surprised. The girl rested her head on her husband's chest, a little in shock. Lionfell was worried about her and asked if she was all right. Tariella responded with a sudden feeling of weakness. She thought that perhaps she had unknowingly used force during the kiss. And I wondered why my husband's hair was dyed black again. Lionfell easily picked up his wife in his arms. She only managed to gasp in surprise. Soon the emperor sat the girl on the edge of the bed. He said that since she felt unwell, he considered it necessary to call a doctor for her. She assured me that everything was fine with her. The man thought that when they kissed, it seemed to him as if his brain had turned off. The emperor, bending a little over Tariella, asked her if she liked him. The girl was amazed at his directness. Lionfell asked her to be more careful in future, and he said that without even knowing it, he could drive her crazy. He said that he would call the doctor anyway. Our heroine thought to herself at that moment, did anyone take care of her as carefully as he did? Except for Mom and Dad, of course. Tariella tried to understand why the emperor was so kind to her. She asked her husband why he kissed her. Lionfell, pleased with himself, replied that it was all because he liked her. He asked her a counter-question why she responded to his caresses. Our heroine tried to understand what was happening. She couldn't understand herself at all. The husband mockingly suggested that nothing had come to her mind to answer him. When leaving, he said that he would wait for an answer while the doctor examined her. Closing the doors behind him, he asked her to rest for now. The emperor, closing the doors, sat down and covered his face with his hands. He couldn't believe that he had just hugged Tariella around the waist with these arms. The aroma of the girl, the heat of her body trembling, breathing even a quiet, uncontrollable cry. He wanted to absorb and preserve all these sensations. He was brought out of his trance by Jeremy's call. The advisor asked why the gentleman was looking at him like he wanted to kill him on the spot. The emperor said that he was smart, but clearly lacked observation. The advisor replied that since he was smart, then why did he need his powers of observation? After all, in this case his salary would be higher. And in a serious tone he asked what he was doing here. Jeremy urged the gentleman to hurry up and attend to more important matters. The emperor replied that he was reflecting on his impatience. The advisor asked why there was such a satisfied face. The assistant assumed that Lionfell was still worried about his wedding night. He thought that the empress said that she did not like it and... The emperor interrupted, asking who they were taking him for. Jeremy replied that he would risk calling the emperor impatient, and he asked whether he would deny it. Lionfell replied that the advisor was still observant, but not when it was necessary. The assistant assured the master that the empress would not run away from her husband. He asked Lionfell not to be so nervous and to do everything gradually. The brunette asked whether the game was worth the candle. The emperor thought that even when Tariella looked at him with an expression on her face that looked like a little rabbit, all his thoughts flew far and wide. He regretted that she did not call him by name. He could not put into words how beautifully his wife's green eyes shone. And I mentally imagined how the wind touched her hair the color of cotton candy, and it seemed that petals would spin in the air. Lievenfell was surprised how such fragile legs and arms could move, and it was even more incomprehensible how the girl could run so quickly. The advisor assumed that a ball would soon be held in honor of the fact that the girl was breathing. Jeremy said that if the empress seemed to her husband like a little rabbit, then he should have turned everything into a hunt. He advised the gentleman to set up baits and traps, and he assured that if Lievenfell simply attacked her, he would only lose his strength, and the girl would still run away from him. Jeremy insisted that he should have just let the girl feel safe. And when it comes across, then do it your own way. He insisted that this was the best way to hunt rabbits. The advisor suggested ending this. He asked the emperor to mind his own business, because it was time to take on the urgent issues that had accumulated over all this time. A pretty girl appeared on the threshold of the door to the empress's private chambers. She informed Her Majesty that it was time to set off. It was Phoebe Layla, the empress's personal maid. Tariella was surprised that it was already time. The blonde reported that His Majesty the Emperor was already waiting for his wife outside. Phoebe opened the doors wider. The Empress looked back at the empty cage. She mentally reproached Miu for promising to be there soon and still not yet returning. 4 horses pulled a carriage along a forest road. The weather was clear and the sun generously warmed the earth. Our heroine looked out the cabin window. She thought that when she returned, she should be aware of what Samula liked from the books that Phoebe had recently brought her. The girl decided that if she decorated the cage the way Samula liked, it could touch her. And then the deity will be able to create a new world tree, so that the world does not perish completely. Tariella was not sure that there was such an opportunity to simply create the world tree at every whim. The emperor asked his wife if she was worried. The girl answered in the affirmative. After all, this was her first appearance in public, and in the main temple, to boot. Lionfell said that today was the day of the ceremony, so Elihu would not pay too much attention to it. And if they did as they planned, then they had nothing to worry about. The emperor reported that senior priests had recently left the ministry, so only the 2 elders remained, and the rest were the lower priests and their disciples. The husband told the empress that Elihu was busy right now, so he clearly didn't care about them. She asked if he thought so. Lionfell asked his wife not to worry, assuring her that he would be with her every second. The servant informed His Majesty that they had already arrived. Her husband helped Tariella down the steps of the carriage, and the high priest and his assistants were already hurrying towards them with words of greeting. He said that they had come a long way. It flashed through our heroine's head that she should leave here as soon as possible. But then the empress heard a squeak that was already familiar to her. She couldn't believe her eyes. Mai was sitting on Elihu's head and waving her paw in greeting. The high priest could not understand why the empress looked at him like that, and the girl thought what the deity was doing. Elihu told the imperial family that a separate room had been prepared for them so that they could rest peacefully before the ceremony. He invited them to sit comfortably. Tariella thanked him briefly. The blonde assured Her Majesty that she could address him as you. He reminded that he was still lower in status than her. The girl nodded to him in agreement, and I wondered where Mai had gone. The high priest asked Her Majesty for forgiveness for frightening her so much the last time. He insisted that the reason he wanted to touch her was because he felt the power of the deity Semula in her. Alec said that apparently he was mistaken then, and he said that apparently he still had a lot to learn. He insisted that he sincerely regretted what he had done. The blonde shared that lately he has been feeling stronger more and more often, and he assumed that these were all the consequences of fatigue from a long journey. The girl thought that the deity had recently sat on his head. She noticed that the main temple really impressed her. Holy power permeated every corner of it. The high priest assured that if his help was suddenly needed, you could call him at any time. And for the empress, he could come to the rescue even at night. Tariella thought that she had only now realized that neither Livenfell nor Mu had spoken ill of Eliha. When Duke Revenef was in trouble, Elihu helped him, and the girl just avoided him for fear of being discovered. But this did not mean that he was a bad person. She told the high priest that she was interested in something, and asked if he would help. Alec answered in the affirmative. The girl said that she would like to find out more about the divine Samula. Tariella understood that he clearly knew more about her than all those books in the library. The emperor persistently asked his wife to wait. He believed that it was impossible to ask questions about Samula. The girl believed that since Elihu was the high priest, she considered him an excellent source of information. The blonde summed up what the empress wanted to know about Samula. It is worth mentioning that the deity healed and saved many people after she appeared on Earth, and in a short time many temples were built under her. 2 hours later, Elihu was finishing his story about how Samula created the Tree of the World, which became part of her power, rooted in this land. Tariella already knew all this, but today she wanted to know what kind of jewelry or desserts the deity liked. Lionfell even dozed off a little out of boredom. The high priest called out to His Majesty to see if he was listening to him attentively. He replied that of course yes, and the empress was surprised at herself that she also seemed to have dozed off. Elihu sadly said that in truth, people now did not extol the deity Samulu as in the old days. He said that some cursed them, and others threw stones at them. People believed that the deity brought chaos to their world. The emperor said that this world was falling apart, and people simply wanted to take out their anger on someone. Emperor Lievenfell asked the high priest if he blamed the deity Samula. Elik replied that he could not blame his parents for sending him away so that he could learn to be independent. Lievenfell was surprised that he was sent away overnight, without even warning, to which the high priest replied that his parents could not be responsible for him forever. The girl thought Elik was an amazing person. Suddenly, the doors opened. The priest and Jeremy came in and were extremely excited. They turned to the high priest Elihu. The emperor said that it seemed that he should hasten. Elik asked what happened. Lievenfell asked the advisor to start from the very beginning. He reported that some of the priests who had recently departed had just been brought to the temple. They were infected. Anxiety showed differently on their faces. Elihu asked how many there were. He said that if there were not many sick people, he could try to cure them. I asked if they were in the infirmary. The bigger problem was that there were hundreds of people standing outside. They all came to the ceremony, and there was a possibility that those gathered could be exposed to infection. Advisor Jeremy argued that in this case, it would only be a matter of time before the plague spread throughout the empire. Elihu asked him how they could cure them. The emperor said that the lower priests of the temple were not capable of healing, and at the moment there were no priests in the main temple who would be able to cure all those infected. Confusion flashed across the high priest's face, but he quickly realized that he needed to make decisions quickly. Elihu ordered not to let anyone into the temple. The high priest replied that only the emperor had the right to close the entrance. He assured that this was the only way to keep the disease under control. He asked Jeremy to send the request to the nearest temple. Lievenfell was sure that if priests from another temple arrived, their help would be very useful. But he also understood that if the parishioners found out, they could cause a panic. Advisor Jeremy assured that everything would be done. He asked Eliha to help him send a letter to another temple. The high priest stated that he would do everything possible to prevent the spread of the disease, and he promised His Majesty that he would try to cure all those affected by the infection. The emperor assured Eliha that if he wasted his strength in vain, there would be little help. He assured that he understood him, and he understood that if this was truly a plague, then it would be impossible to cure everyone. The high priest said that the plague did not kill a person overnight. He assured that if they began to treat the sickest, he did not know what would happen next. Elihu said that all those people were waiting for him, and he believed that Semula gave him the strength to help everyone in need. The emperor agreed with the high priest since he was sure, and he admonished him to act. Here Tariella decided to insert her opinion. He said that since they had finished their discussion, she wanted to clarify something. The girl said that she understood the situation was so difficult. She insisted that she really needed to know. Tariella reported that Elihu had a hamster sitting on his head some time ago. She asked if any of them had seen him. The girl assured that she was asking them in all seriousness. The men looked at the empress as if she were crazy, and then the girl began to make excuses, that the rodent often hung around her so she took care of him. But she didn't know where he was now. Lievenfell said that this was the first time his wife had found herself in such a situation, and was clearly scared, and he believed that it would be better for the girl to rest. The emperor said that if Tariella noticed any symptoms of the plague, he would personally appoint the best doctor for her. He asked her to tell him immediately if anything bothered her. The girl realized that she did not look very good, but that little hamster could solve all the problems now. The emperor assured his wife that she had nothing to worry about. He said that he would come soon and asked her to stay here. Tariella realized that her husband thought that she was delirious and out of her mind. Lievenfell hugged his wife tightly and pressed his whole body against her. This was quite unexpected for the girl. The emperor whispered soothingly in her ear that she really had nothing to worry about. The girl told her husband to go and fulfill his duties as emperor. Jerem looked over his shoulder, urging His Majesty to hurry up. He said that he understood everything, but they should have left already. In parting, Tariella asked the advisor to check the place where the senior priests became infected. He asked her again in surprise. The girl said that the senior priests were people who possessed powerful holy powers. That's why they were prescribed to treat the infected. And it was strange that in principle they could become infected. Tariella said that even if only young priests remained in the temple, They could not help but know about the symptoms of the plague. And she said that she was worried that there were so many sick people. The Empress believed that it was no coincidence that today was the day when many came to the ceremony, and then so many infectious patients arrived. The advisor addressed Her Highness. The girl asked Jeremy to think about those who were not in the temple. She asked him to think bigger, and if he wanted to help, he had to think ahead. Tariella asked not to miss the place where senior priests could catch a contagious disease. She was sure there was something there. Jeremy insisted that he understood everything, and our heroine thought that she now needed Mew to figure everything out. And the girl just thought where she was when she immediately heard her characteristic squeak. The hamster sat on the table and stuffed sweet pastries into her cheek pouches for her pleasure, and she looked pleased. The girl attacked the deity where she was. Mai answered in a very childish way that she was running here and there. The rodent said that he heard that Tariella allegedly had a new maid of honor, and that her name was Phoebe Layla. The girl was surprised that Mew looked into the bedroom. The hamster replied that in addition she had brought some jewelry from her house, and she laid out the entire contents of her cheek pouches on the table. The girl thought it was those jewels. Mew said that it was very good that that girl became her maid of honor. As fate would have it, she was the one who should have received the powers, but something went wrong, and it was worth keeping her close. Tariella asked what the deity was talking about now, and she asked if she knew what was happening in the main temple, that the plague had entered there. Mai swore that the seed was not tasty at all. The Empress was surprised that she did not listen to her at all, and she reproached the hamster that now was not the time to discuss the taste of the sunflower seed. She reported that the senior priests themselves had become infected somewhere, and that is why they returned back. Tariella was worried that the disease might already have spread throughout the main temple. Mew said that it was not at all necessary to repeat it twice, and she ate cookies from a large dish. The girl asked the deity if she was in her right mind. The rodent answered with her mouth full that the gods could not interfere in human destinies. She said that if she helped the sick here, it would be unfair, in relation to those who have already suffered from the plague. Mew insisted that there was nothing she could do, and that if she had the opportunity to intervene, people would not kill each other and would not rob. Tariella asked if she remembered where she was now. The hamster asked the girl to stop and not spoil her appetite. The Empress recalled that they were now in the main temple. The girl told the rodent that the plague was spreading in the temple where they served her, the goddess Samula. And if the parishioners find out all this, they will turn away from her and destroy this temple. Tariella said that in general there are not many temples left. Mew shouted that when she was building the main temple, she even found an oracle to find the place with the most jewelry. The girl was surprised that the deity was more worried about her jewelry than about the temple. Mew said that she should have told her earlier. She reproached that she found out about her poor children so late. The Empress said that she told her as soon as she saw her. Moreover, Mai was sitting and chewing a sunflower seed and a cookie. Komyak complained that how dare they treat her temple like that. Komyak said that she had no right to interfere in human relationships, and since she was present here in this form, she could not use her powers. Mew begged the girl, almost screaming, to help her protect her temple. She insisted that Tariella was her strength. The girl was surprised, but she quickly agreed almost without hesitation. The hamster deftly climbed onto her head and commanded, "Forward!" Tariella said that she knew little, so it was unlikely that she would be of any use. She said that she did not know how to use her powers at all. Mew asked the girl what she was doing with her powers. Tariella asked the hamster to think that if the Empress suddenly became infected with the plague, then chaos would begin in the country. The rodent said that the girl had her strength, and because of this she could not become infected. Our heroine did not know this and was very happy about this news about her abilities. Tariella thought that it was not so easy to get lessons from the deity in using her own powers. Mew assured that she would tell her exactly how she should use her powers. The deity assured that Elliot could not cope with this problem alone. The girl was horrified, which was visible in her wide eyes. Mew told the girl not to expect anyone to help her. She insisted that no one was simply able to do it, and if it does not start to act, then there will be many deaths, and Elihu will die because of such matters. Tariella asked if it was true. She asked that if she took action, would she really be able to help save people? Mew said that this would most likely happen. She assured that actions will always give results. Therefore, the girl's decisions had weight, but she said that even she could not know their consequences in advance. The girl realized that even if she intervened, Elihu would still die and there would be many victims. She thought that if the future definitely changed, she would take action without hesitation. She thought that the moment she appeared before people in a new light, the truth about her holiness would quickly spread, and the continent, which had been waiting for the saint for decades, will shake up. And then a struggle could begin between those who would use her and those who would thirst for her blood. She understood that if she was unlucky, she would die, and no one would be held responsible for it. The girl understood that if she did not do anything, then many people would probably die. Tariella understood that then her whole life would turn into torment, because she would have to hide her powers. And then life will turn into survival. And besides, if Elihu dies, then Lionfell and Jeremy, who have no powers, will also die. And if the Emperor dies, she will lose her power. The girl told Mu that she understood everything. The hamster told the Empress that she shouldn't have been afraid of something like that. And she promised to give her all the relics that she herself had hidden. The girl was surprised that this was all. And she said, that it was complete theft. I was surprised how she could talk like that. The rodent said that she told her the future and how to use her powers, and also promised her relics. And I thought that this should motivate the girl very well. Mu said that she hid the relics in order to present them with pomp, and she assured the Empress not to expect anything more. Our heroine quickly ran along the corridor. She thought that if these were relics imbued with Samala's power, then they could slow down the disaster. Tariella told herself that if in the future she was left without money, she would sell the relics and buy herself her own estate somewhere in a picturesque place. The girl went out onto the balcony, and in the central hall of the main temple, terrible things happened. A woman begged Elika to help her dying husband. Another asked to kill him like all the other infected so that everyone would not die. Someone demanded that he be released, assuring that he was healthy and in perfect order. Mu and the Empress saw all this horror. The rodent's usually cheerful eyes filled with tears. Tariella watched as the woman, with a defeated look on her face, asked the high priest to start with them. Elihu used force on a seriously ill, bedridden patient. Another lady asked him to help save her child. The blonde said soothingly that since he was there, everything would be okay. The Empress leaned over the railing and looked in despair at what was happening below. She never thought it was possible to get so sick in a matter of seconds. She saw with horror that people were dying. The girl saw how Elihu took a dying child in his arms and glowed with golden rays, illuminating everything around. And I thought that if virtue were a person, then it would look exactly like this. It was obvious that he was not at all afraid of death. Tariella tried to calm down the fluttering of her heart, which was ready to jump out of her chest. She never thought she would ever see this part of the priests. Some begged to call the priests, others demanded to be released. Mu sat nearby. The girl suddenly felt the heat and became incredibly hot. She guessed that it was the forces making themselves felt. The hamster touched the Empress's shoulder with her tiny paw. She said that those feelings that she ignored were not worth turning away from. She insisted that everything was fine and that she should be trusted. Mu ordered the girl to throw out the forces that were burning her from the inside. And at that moment, the entire huge hall, full of plague patients, was illuminated with golden rays. Small balls of light danced around. Tariella saw how the little boy, with surprise and delight, tried to catch the golden ball of her power with his hand. The baby told his mother that he began to feel as good as before. Soon everything became the same as before. Our heroine turned to Mu. She told her if this didn't seem a bit too much, and she assured her that she did not know that it was possible to heal everyone this way. Tariella, afraid that she would be caught, returned to the break room. As she sat on the soft sofa, she thought it was more like a joke. She was even a little glad that everyone thought that it was Elihu's powers. People praised what a great guy he was and came up to thank him. But then the Emperor entered the rest room. He addressed his wife in a stern tone. He asked if she was injured. I was worried that she might be in pain now. I asked if she did this there in the hall. Tariella pretended that she did not understand what her husband was asking her about. The Emperor asked her not to pretend that she did not understand. He was sure that Elihu was not capable of such a thing. Lionfell insisted that he saw his wife going out somewhere from here recently. The girl replied that it was she who used holy power to heal infected people. Lionfell said she shouldn't have interfered. He was angry that his wife did not listen to him, because he ordered her to stay here, and he thought it was too dangerous for her there. Tariella said that if she had stayed here, the danger would not have disappeared, and the disease would have continued to rage. She saw that neither Elihu nor the senior priests could do anything. Lionfell was angry with his wife, because he had previously asked her to use her magic only when he was next to her. But then the hamster squeaked. He asked that only the girl understood him, and she offered to put the screaming emperor to sleep. The man continued to assure his wife that he just wanted to protect her. Tariella answered him that at that moment she was in absolutely no danger. She was sure that other people had it much worse than her. The husband said that she was more important to him than anyone else. The girl argued that if the empire collapses, then her power as empress will collapse overnight. And she hasn't even figured out the Lupions yet. Mu squeaked and asked the girl to take her husband's position. But then they began to persistently knock on their doors. Elihu asked their majesties permission to enter and join them. Lionfell asked him to come in, although he thought that he was a little out of time. But the high priest did not pay attention to him, but was in a hurry to turn to her majesty. He directly asked Tariella if she had recently used the sacred powers of the goddess Samula. The emperor thought to himself that it would be better for Elik to remain outside the door. He pretended that he asked out of place, and he said that if Elihu had the strength to talk such nonsense, then it was better for him to go and help Jerem. The high priest said that the emperor was of course aware from the very beginning. He insisted that he guessed when he saw Jerem drop all his business and run here. The emperor asked Elika what would happen if he got a little more angry. The blonde said that the courts, because until now this secret had been kept secret, they did not want to reveal it, and so he told all the eyewitnesses that it was his divine powers that were manifested. The girl thanked him. She hoped that he would leave everything like that and rejoiced at his insight. Elihu said that from Her Majesty's words of gratitude, one could conclude that she really was a saint. Only then did the girl realize that they were trying to lead her to openness. She mentally took back her words of gratitude. The high priest was extremely surprised. Why did they hide this fact? After all, if the girl was a saint, then she could put an end to this whole situation. The emperor gritted his teeth in anger. He replied that that was why they hid his wife's abilities, and he believed that if everyone immediately thought that she was capable of fighting the plague, but she herself did not know this yet. Lionfell assured the high priest that he, like him, was also glad that Tariella had the holy powers of Samula. The emperor asked what if the world does not change even after the birth of a saint? What if people continue to die? He asked Aaliyah who would be the target of all human anger and resentment. Lionfell was sure that the anger would not be directed at Samula, whom no one had seen, but at the saint whom they had been waiting for so long. Elihu replied that he had not even thought about it. The emperor said that he understood. After all, if the high priest had let such a thought into his head, he would no longer be alive. The blonde bowed to Her Majesty, and he said that he was wrong. He was aware that he was filled with joy that the goddess Samula had not abandoned the people, so he justified himself that he had made a mistake. Elihu assured that he did not want to cause inconvenience to the empress. He said that the emperor was right, that the saint was beyond the power to resolve this situation. The blonde believed that in the end Tariella had to make her own choice. The girl thanked Elik for his understanding. The high priest promised to keep the empress's secret. He was sure that this was the will of the goddess Samula. The girl saw Mu and thought that she had no time for it right now. Tariella said that everything was fine. She just asked him not to chat with anyone about this. She felt that she should have been near him. Elihu was sure that everything was Samula's will. The girl thought that she would actually be calmer if the high priest were next to her. She answered him with consent. Tariella understood that if someone suspected her of being a saint, his help could come in handy. She could tell at any moment that it was Elihu who was using sacred powers. Lionfell didn't like this. The girl asked to wait and said that this was not all. The hamster in her hands was surprised. Jeremy asked the empress what else she would please them with. The empress demanded the hamster to give her the holy relics right now. She said that she had not forgotten her promise, and Miu squeaked that the smart girl had calculated everything. The following events are described a few days later. Rumors that the empress, by chance, became the owner of the sacred relic of Samula spread very quickly. The city lived its own life. Cheerful and healthy children ran through the streets, starting all kinds of fun. The man in the cart said he didn't know what was urgent, but it wasn't a pleasant turn of events. He wanted the youth to leave their capital after the sacred ceremony. A pair of horses carried the two in a cart through the gates of the city. On the reins, he said that it was not the most pleasant trip. the writer insisted that he had to get somewhere. He asked what the rumors were. The man reported that the high priest Elik healed everyone from the plague in one moment. People thought that it was all over for them, but sacred forces poured out on them like an avalanche. He was also glad that the goddess Samula had not abandoned them. The writer said that somehow he didn't really believe in these stories. The bearded man was indignant. He said that this meant that the goddess helped Elihu. He said in secret that it was rumored that the saint from the prophecy could allegedly appear. The hooded passenger did not believe it and began to tease. On the reins, he assured that there was a big difference between Elihu's usual power and the one with which he healed the sick. He said that there were rumors that this was the work of the new saint. The man assured that if she really was there, then it was a miracle. He expressed endless joy that the goddess Samula did not abandon them. The bearded man said that he also heard that the empress received the sacred relics of Samula. He asked whether, after this, it was possible to consider that the empress herself became a gift from the goddess. The hooded man climbed down from the cart. He thanked the driver for delivering him. But the bearded man wondered what the guy was going to do here. He said that there was not a single village nearby. The passenger replied that he was going to wait here for the next carriage. The man asked if he was serious, and he replied that he could not tell where he was going due to certain circumstances. The bearded man assured that now he became even more curious, and he asked me to tell him a secret. The blond man in the hood said that he was heading to the Etherian Empire. He couldn't be here anymore. The driver noticed that it was not so difficult for him to open up to him. He assured that the road to Etheria was difficult and advised to be careful. And he offered not to take money from him for the trip. The bearded man assured that he had earned enough today. He said that on the way home he wanted to buy meat for his family, and set aside some so that when you need to help other people in need. The passenger took out a flat flask from his inner pocket. He offered to drink a little from it. The driver assumed it was alcohol, and he agreed to take a little sip as payment. The man boldly and happily drank from the container, and the one in the hood said that he was pleased to see how people lived, caring and loving each other. But then that same flat flask fell from the driver's hands to the ground near his feet. The blonde said that it was necessary to quickly revive the tree of life in order to live every day like today. The driver lay on the ground and coughed convulsively, and his passenger said that if he was caught, the tree would not be restored. He invited the man to think of his fate as a sacrifice in the name of the entire continent. The blond man tells the man lying on the ground at his feet not to worry, and he promised that he would return the world to its former form. He spoke smiling, removing the hood from his head into the void so that the saint would wait for him. Advisor Jeremy said that he did everything as the Empress ordered him, and he reported that, based on the results of an examination of the priests of the main temple, it was confirmed that the infected blood of the victims of the Ferdiac experiment was mixed with the water that the senior priests drank. It was known that if a person was allowed to drink the infected blood of victims, there was a high chance of the plague manifesting and spreading. The point was that the human body could not absorb the essence of the tree of life. And since they were dealing with the magic of a corrupted tree, it was difficult for even experienced priests to control. Jeremy reported that this is why the priests most likely failed to cope with the infection. The Empress concluded that the founder of the Ferdiac experiment was involved in this incident. The advisor assumed that there was a high probability that they would be on Ginevra's trail. Tariella thought that it was known that the power of the Tree of Life was often abused, and she worried about Mu. Jeremy said that it turned out that the young priests were not the ones who allowed the older priests into the temple. The advisor claimed that he did not tell anyone anything. However, I thought that the Empress understood that they could not hide it for long. The girl replied that if someone knew something, then she would be in the know. Tariella asked him if there was anyone who did not know about the ceremony, or that Elihu was the high priest. Jeremy replied that there probably weren't any, and I wondered why there was such a question. The girl argued that if the disease were the goal in itself, then the attacker would certainly have waited for Elihu to be absent from the temple. After all, the high priest was often away on missions. The advisor suggested that the person could have waited for the ceremony on purpose, because then it would have been more crowded in order to infect a sufficiently large number of people. Tariella said that if she were in the place of the criminal, she would have spread the disease at any moment. She said that even if the fact of the ceremony itself was not taken into account, quite a large number of people visited the temple on ordinary days. The girl believed that if there were a lot of people, then the temple should be closed early, and then fewer people would become infected with the plague. The Empress assured that in general, everything would be simpler if the goal was simply to infect the capital. Jeremy was surprised that the lady had a different opinion. Tariella asked the advisor why he was so excited. She said that she herself did not know what the goal was, and she insisted that she was just saying what she would have done. The girl believed that there was nothing wrong with leaving room for speculation. The advisor told Her Majesty that if she suddenly stopped enjoying being the Emperor's wife, maybe she would agree to the position of advisor. Tariella laughingly wished him good night. For a long time our heroine could not find the hamster in the room. Having discovered Moo, she began to reproach her. The rodent had eaten and was almost asleep. She was lying stomach up on the pillow. Tariella reminded her that she promised not to destroy their world. The girl reproachfully and sadly claimed that in her opinion the end was too close. The creature asked what was troubling Tariella, and she was surprised that she still could not forget what she had seen in the temple, and remembered the cries of people asking her to save them. Moo assured that the girl should not have tried to forget what she saw. She said that she had not previously thought that this would be the path of the Empress, but now she saw that this was her path, and she should have looked and remembered. The deity in the form of a hamster promised the Empress to be with her. Tariella expressed out loud her doubts about whether she could. The rodent recalled that the girl managed to heal people, to which she replied that now there were natural disasters everywhere in the world, and she wasn't sure she could stop them. Moo replied that the girl did not know how to control her power, but assured her that she was capable of much. She said that no matter what her power was, she was not able to save the entire continent. Hamster said that if Tariella was not going to cut herself into pieces, she would have to find a radical solution. She said that she wanted to go for a walk, so she advised the girl to go to bed without her. The husband who came in apologetically said that Jerem still wouldn't let him go. Lionfell said that he told him that he was missing out on a talented advisor, and he asked what his wife said to him. The girl replied that she had put forward several theories, although not everything was clear yet. Tariella asked in surprise and indignation why her husband was looking at her like that. The Emperor said that his wife was so capable that she managed to help everywhere. He admitted that he didn't even know whether he was proud of his wife, or whether he should begin to be jealous in such a situation. The girl asked again. The husband replied that he thought she noticed it. She insisted that she had not completely missed it. Lionfell suggested that he was overprotective of his wife. He said the world was doomed, and if he were capable of this, he would tear the whole world and all people to pieces. Tariella prepared her hands to use her magical powers on the man. He gently took his wife by the hands. The Emperor told his wife that he was still waiting for her to call him by name. The girl indignantly reminded him that he was the Emperor. Lionfell replied that just anyone could not call him that. But he said that she could do this as his wife. He said that she was his first and last wife. His hair turned white again. The Emperor said that if his wife did not call him by name, then perhaps no one else would do so. The girl replied that next time she would definitely call him that, after she had cured him. The husband was sure that Tariella would immediately throw him out of the room after the treatment. The girl asked if he could be kicked out right away. He called the Empress cruel. The wife asked the man what would happen if someone saw a magic session. The Emperor kissed his wife's hand. He assured her that no one would come in here, unless this person wanted to kill himself so gracefully. The Emperor told the girl that they were now married, and he assured that he would not want Tariella to treat him worse than Jerem or Elik. The girl replied that they themselves told her that it was easier to contact them. Lionfell gently touched his wife's fingers. He assured her that it would have been easier with him too. Tariella said that her husband was not a simple person. The Emperor assured that he was saying that all the initiative in their relationship belonged only to her. The man said that she should not have forgotten that all his power and all his strength were only because she constantly treated him. She replied that she shouldn't have said that. Lionfell asked what his wife was thinking and why she responded to his kiss. She thought it was the wrong time to start the conversation, and she replied that she hadn't had time yet because she was busy with things to do. The Emperor said that it sounded like she forgot about their kiss because of this incident. Tariella replied that she had not forgotten and promised to think about it. He replied that he was very patient. The Empress asked her husband why he kissed her, and whether he could tell her the reason for it. Lionfell warned that he was not sure that he could describe everything decently, and asked her permission if she didn't mind doing it right now. The girl categorically protested. She screamed at her husband not to do this. The emperor asked Teriel not to force him, the monarch, to look so pathetic. He begged his wife not to be so cruel to him. Then the doors to their chambers suddenly swung open, and an excited Jerem appeared on the threshold. He turned out of breath to his imperial majesty. Lionfell turned his head towards the entrance. He sternly asked the advisor what he was doing, and he coldly suggested that he was apparently looking for death. At the same time, the husband threw his coat over his wife's shoulders. Jerem did not pay attention to the gentleman's remarks. He alarmedly informed his majesty that the borders of their country, but the advisor stopped short when he met Lionfell's cold, seemingly even piercing gaze. Glowing balls of Tariella's magical power scattered around the room, and the emperor's hair immediately acquired a dark color. The emperor asked Jeremy what made him think that he could just burst into the royal chambers. He hugged his frightened wife. The girl reproached herself for panicking. Lionfell said that he would return to this issue later, and now he ordered to move on to urgent matters. The advisor assured that someone had crossed the borders of the empire, and he somehow put all their guards to sleep. The emperor asked Evil who dared to attack his country. He wondered who was so brave and wanted war with him, and he assured that if he dares to provoke the authorities. But Jerem interrupted the gentleman, hastening to inform him that the impudent man was already in the palace, and he said that if the advisor did not bring Her Majesty to him, then he would dare to start a bloody war. And Tariella wondered who was so eager to see her. The guy said that the impudent one asked to tell Her Majesty that Karajan von Lupion had come to take Tariella away. But then the magic of water appeared in the room. Soon the magician himself appeared, accompanied by 3 wolves summoned by his magical power. Our heroine joyfully rushed as fast as she could towards the fair-haired guy, shouting "brother" to him. The girl hugged and pressed against him. The uninvited guy gently called his sister, showering her with affectionate words and opening his arms to her in response. Karayan assured her that everything would be fine now. He asked to be forgiven for taking so long. The sister asked to clarify that he was dealing with that local epidemic and whether everything was over already. The magician replied that it was almost over. Tariella said that her brother did not come to her wedding, and she really hoped that nothing bad happened to him during this time of separation. The blonde said that he had recently learned that his sister was getting married, and he assured that he immediately rushed here as soon as he heard about it. Our heroine realized that the king did not tell his brother. Tariella told him that she understood everything, and she believed that he did not deliberately not come to her wedding. She asked her brother not to worry about this, but Karajan's face continued to remain cold. A silent question was written on the Empress's face. The Prince of the Kingdom Lupenian categorically told his sister that she had to divorce Emperor Leonhard. The water wolves circled around the royal couple. Leonfell asked again indignantly. The girl realized that the intensity of passions was growing. She decided to stop her brother, but he strictly stated that this was an order from the king, which was not discussed. Karayan assured that he had heard enough bad things about the tyrant emperor, and he assured that he would not allow his sister to marry such a person. The girl thought that time had passed since the wedding. The magician said that he was forced to leave because of the danger of an epidemic, but the fact was that her late mother asked to take care of Tariella. The prince reproached himself that he could not save his sister, and now she was with this tyrant. He asked if they beat her or threatened her. She assured that nothing of the sort had happened. Lionfell approached them with a wide and friendly smile. He asked for forgiveness for interrupting the reunion, and he offered to go to his palace to talk calmly away from prying eyes. The emperor said that from the outside it seemed that Prince Lupion came to them with bad intentions. The blonde replied to his majesty that he would never enter the palace with a smile. The brunette concluded that his wife's brother was a high-level magician who controlled the spirits of water, and he assured that the kingdom of Lupion should be ashamed for hiding such talent. The blonde said that if people found out about his abilities, they would think that they could buy him. The emperor assured that, of course, there were exceptions, but Tariella shouted to them to stop. Lionfell answered Prince Lupion that he understood what he meant. After all, before that happened, he was already accustomed to looking after the empress, and so he advised him to calm down. Karajan asked what would happen if he did not agree. He assumed that he would try to kill him on the spot, and he assured that the name of the tyrant should have been immortalized in history. The wolves surrounded the brother and sister. Lionfell said that if he wanted something, he would undoubtedly do it, but he insisted that it seemed to him that this could upset the empress, so he declared that he would forgive him this time. The blonde caught up with the monarch, and he demanded that he not dare call his sister empress. He insisted that he was not capable of destroying the empire alone, but was confident that he could break his neck. Lionfell offered to start if the prince was so confident in himself, and our heroine stood behind her brother. She certainly assumed that he could have committed such an act. But I hoped for his prudence, and she thought that organizing something like this right in front of the palace was too much. The girl hit her brother as hard as she could. He jumped away from her, not at all expecting such meanness from his sister. Tariella demanded both to calm down, and she ordered her brother to choose expressions. She assured him that he shouldn't have done everything he said. The girl turned to His Highness, and he had déjà vu. He expressed the hope that she would cover his rear if anything happened. The Empress touched Lionfell's hand. She said that Karajan was her brother. The girl agreed that he was a little strange, and she justified him that he was just worried about her. The husband replied that he understood everything perfectly, but he believed that he couldn't just be left without doing anything. Tariella almost cursed out loud. She said that difficult issues should be resolved in the morning, and she ordered the emperor to go to his bedroom, and the empress sent her brother to Damascus Castle. She said that she would have a heart-to-heart talk with him in the morning. A massive and formidable castle stood near a mountain range, and night had already fallen over the earth, shrouding everything in fog. Karajan asked his sister whether she lived in the empress's palace. She denied, reporting that her apartments were in the main castle. The girl decided that she would take her brother there and return back, and she claimed that although their bedrooms were nearby, they were separate. Tariella said that she decided to stay here. Prince Lupinean replied that he already understood that. Our heroine did not expect that her brother would accept her decision so simply. Karajan said that she was not particularly obedient, that even though she was told to be a candidate, she would run away if she wanted to. The girl thought that he knew her well. The prince said that he did not really like the fact that she was sent here by force. He insisted that he was also outraged that she was forced to choose this place over home and family. Tariella assured that it was good here, that His Majesty was not really as bad as rumors had it, that he cared about her and everyone else was also kind to her. The girl said that she did not go hungry here and could even drink tea whenever she wanted. The heroine said that here her hands did not wash out due to constant washing of dishes, but she herself does not freeze because she has good, warm clothes. There was nothing here that needed to be washed, cleaned, or scrubbed. Here she was not scolded at every step. She assured Karajan that she liked it here. The prince agreed that the palace itself was indeed quite good. He insisted that he had noticed this last time. The girl was glad that her brother understood her. She asked him to wait. Looking around, she said that it seemed like she had been here before. Karajan was surprised that she didn't remember. He explained that there was a moment when the kings of all kingdoms gathered here to sign a peace treaty, and he said that she was with him then. Then the girl constantly cried that she did not want to leave her mother alone, and my brother was disappointed then. She returned late and secretly ran away to play with friends. She was sincerely surprised that this happened. Tariella was upset that she herself did not remember anything at all from that time. The brother suggested that this could be because she was sick for a very long time, that my sister was very forgetful back then. Karajan said that as heir, he had to live here with His Majesty, while the rest of the family lived in the city, enjoying all the delights of metropolitan life. But she didn't want to part with him and lived here, and she complained very nicely to her brother. The girl thought with relief that the guy had finally calmed down. Our heroine really hoped that her husband Lionfell had also calmed down. She considered it necessary to talk to him alone. The girl told her brother that he could stay in this room. As she was leaving, she decided to tell him before he left that it was not worth breaking in like that, much less releasing magical spirits. The girl was quite strict with her brother, but having softened, she wished him good night. The guy was telling Terry that he needed to tell her something, but the girl interrupted him, and she categorically stated that she would not get a divorce. Tariella said that she understood his worries about her and his desire to take care of her, and she assured him that everything was really not as scary as he thought. The guy asked if the emperor knew her secret. The girl's eyes widened. She asked her brother if the question concerned him about the fact that her sister was a saint. The guy asked His Highness how long ago it was. The emperor replied that he did not know, explaining that he could not remember. Lionfell said that he, however, can estimate from what moment everything dragged on. Jerem cried out, asking why the master didn't tell him earlier. He insisted that he cared about the emperor and should have known everything about him. His Majesty replied that if the entire continent took up arms against him, then the advisor should stop working for him. The guy protested. The emperor asked Jerem what would happen now. He was interested in whether the advisor would reveal his secret. Lionfell said that if the guy did this, he would be rewarded quite generously. He will have money, fame, and recognition. The advisor was surprised that the gentleman did not even deny. The monarch asked what he had to hide. He considered the guy to be a pretty smart person, and he expressed the hope that he himself understood everything. Therefore, the emperor saw no point in pretending. He told Jerem that he was free to do things his way. But he asked me to listen to him first. The advisor thought that he had always been stubborn. The emperor insisted that Tariella knew nothing, and by killing only him could be blamed. For the sake of one person who was more important to him than anyone else, for the sake of the one whose life he values and protects much more than his own, Lionfell was ready to do anything. The guy clenched his fists. It all seemed somehow strange to him, as if he was about to get distracted and start playing chess. Something clearly didn't add up here. It was as if a monster fell in love with a fragile flower that swayed in the wind. In truth, Jerem thought he knew why the Ferdiac experiment was carried out. He assumed that he could indeed succeed and the world tree could be restored. The guy understood that this could mean the revival of the world. He began to reproach himself for being so close and not knowing that Lionfell suffered so much, and he was sure that it had nothing to do with him. Now he admitted to himself that it was his mistake. Jerem suggested that the emperor might have hidden it under his clothes. The emperor assured that the problem was only in hair color, and he claimed that when Tariella was next to him, everything was under control. The advisor thought that there was nothing else left for him if this was his master's choice, and he said that he must be prepared for the fact that Her Majesty will not be around. It was necessary to come up with an alternative. Jerem said that if his will was to expose his back to protect such a lovely flower, then he had to become an accomplice of the emperor and keep the secret. The monarch was amazed. The advisor said that for the sake of his own position, he was ready to help His Majesty Emperor Lionfell. The maid sharply opened the doors and joyfully greeted the mistress, wishing her good morning. But when she saw Tariella's appearance, she stopped mid-sentence. The Empress greeted Phoebe briefly and gloomily. The girl asked Her Majesty if she had heard the news about the spy last night. Hugging the pillow, Tariella coldly said that it would be interesting if he showed up here to her. The maid complained that the emperor knew what the lady was hiding even from her. She was referring to the fact that the girl was a saint. Karajan stated that he pretended not to know until the very end, but he assumed that it could happen that his sister, being an empress, would not be able to hide it, and he doubted that she would cope with the consequences. Our heroine was thinking about how she should act in such a situation. After all, if her brother was so sure that he was right, then he would stand his ground no matter how she made excuses. The magician asked the girl not to worry so much, and he assured her that no one else knew about her secret except him. The blonde asked Terry to tell him only one thing, whether she trusted the emperor, and wasn't it dangerous that he knew about her powers? The girl was not ready to have a conversation with her brother now. She silently turned around and began to run away from him. The guy called his sister by name, but she didn't return. Now the empress stood surrounded by maids who helped her dress up. The girl recalled to herself how she simply ran away yesterday. Tariella didn't know what to do and what to do now. She reflected that Mu would be very helpful to her right now, but the girl did not know when she would return. The lady, as if suddenly remembering, turned to Phoebe. The empress could not understand what happened today to all her maids with eyes that were all shining. The girls told the lady that they had heard that one of her relatives had allegedly arrived in the capital yesterday. Tariella was surprised that they knew about her brother. One of the maids assured that there were rumors that the prince was a real handsome man, as all royalty should be. The lady thought that even in Lupion his brother had a constant supply of female fans. The girl suddenly thought that she should have talked to him about her divine powers. The maid said that only Raven could compare in beauty with Prince Lupion. This was the first time Tariella had heard of this. With genuine surprise in her eyes, she asked who he was. The servant girl told the lady that Raven was the second son of the Marquis of Rilanef. One assured that his face was so beautiful, and his speech so sweet that many ladies suffered from insomnia because of him. Another said that his red hair kindled the fire of love in their hearts. She assured that his blue eyes were like heavenly lakes, which was more beautiful than anything in the world. The girl said that when the handsome man smiled, everyone around froze from his charm. But the girl also unanimously said that Duke Rylanef looked very scary. There seemed to be an eerie atmosphere around him. One of the maids reported that, according to rumors, young Rilinef was much more like his late mother. The girl said that Raven was soft and gentle as a cloud, and that's why girls were constantly spinning around him. But he did not devote himself to anyone alone and was kind to everyone. Tariella thought that the guy must have really been so good, because the girls spoke quite sincerely. But the first maid, however, liked the high priest much more outwardly. Another insisted that it was completely different, and she claimed that when she looked at Aaliyah, it was as if she was communicating with God alone. Our heroine could not believe that she became part of such a conversation. The girl could not understand why her heart was beating so wildly. She remembered that there was nothing like this in Lupion. Tariella thought that there were no beautiful people there at all, except Karayan. She decided to participate in the conversation too. Turning sharply to the servants, the Empress asked them, "Wasn't His Majesty Lionfell the most beautiful in the world?" The maids hesitated. One of them confirmed that she agreed with the opinion that His Majesty was very handsome, and after a pause she added that he was as beautiful as it could be. Phoebe assured that Raven and Elihu were not even close to the Emperor, if they were judged by their appearance. The girl was even upset that her husband was underestimated. She considered him both tall and handsome, with a wonderful physique. And since he was an emperor, he was kind and wealthy. But then suddenly it dawned on her. This could all be due to rumors. After all, before they talked in person, the girl herself was also afraid of him, but she had nothing to do. She should have praised him as his wife. Tariella said that His Majesty could appear quite rude due to his sharp features, but she assured that he was very gentle and caring. The girl assured that her height and broad shoulders could certainly intimidate her with her power. The maids were surprised that the Emperor was caring, and they realized that the rumors about him were untrue, and our heroine chuckled contentedly to herself, glad that she had succeeded. Lionfell entered unnoticed. He said that she was pleased to hear such words from the Empress. The girl stopped short and became embarrassed. The maids all bowed their heads at once in greeting to His Majesty. The man said that it was permissible to communicate various kinds of information to the Empress, but he asked her not to distort it. He emphasized that this especially concerned the beauty of the younger Rilinef and the High Priest. The girls from the servants asked His Majesty to forgive them, and they assured that they would do everything possible not to repeat this mistake. And he said that he would like to be alone with his wife and asked them to leave. Our heroine thought that if her husband heard those words about Raven, then he also heard everything that was said after. She tried to remember what she said then. Lionfell asked if his wife really thought he was handsome. He suggested discussing this with her, but the girl said she would discuss it later, because now there were more important topics. The Emperor asked which ones exactly, and he assumed that these topics concerned how good he was and how broad his shoulders were. The girl protested. She confirmed everything she had previously said, but she asked him to stop joking and better tell her how his conversation with Jerem went. The Emperor replied that the advisor found out about everything. The girl asked in surprise whether her husband was trying to hide the truth. Lionfell doubted that he would believe it. After all, I knew the guy very well for many years. Tariella assumed that Jerem, as a result of their confidential conversation, swore to keep everything secret. The girl understood that in another case the Emperor would have killed him, but he is still walking around alive. The brunette recalled that his wife had recently assured the ladies-in-waiting that he was kind and caring. The Emperor asked Tapriella how her conversation with her brother went. The girl said that this is exactly what she wanted to discuss with him now. The girl asked her husband to lean a little closer to her, and quietly in his ear she told him that her brother Karayan knew that she possessed holy powers. The Emperor was surprised how this could happen. Tariella thought that her husband's lips were too close to her, but then something began to happen around them. The stream of water caught the girl, and soon she was already sitting on the wolf. Tariella and her husband were completely bewildered. Karayan, who had come from out of nowhere, asked what they were going to do now. He assumed that they were going to kiss right in front of him. The girl thought that she would now get the fullest from her brother. He angrily asked what kind of debauchery this was in broad daylight. The Emperor rubbed his beard and smiled faintly to himself. Lionfell asked that, in the opinion of the prince, after sunset such a thing would not raise questions. He thought it was strange. Tariella was angry. In her thoughts she reproached her husband for thinking in the wrong direction about thoughts and the sunset. The men stood opposite each other with completely different emotions on their faces. Tariella gave the command to the wolf spirit to bite those two, although she knew very well that they did not know how to bite. Our heroine, closing her eyes, thought to herself with sadness how tired she was today. But she was pleased with the appearance of Jeremy, who appeared at the last moment. The girls saw how the advisor took the gentleman aside and began to reprimand him. But the emperor blamed Prince Lupinian for threatening him with his perfume. Their dispute ended with Jerem reporting that urgent matters had arisen, and that it was impossible to do without the participation of His Majesty. And he urged him to go with him immediately. Karayan turned to his sister that they had not yet agreed with her, and she thought that she had even forgotten about it, and thought that they would never return to that conversation. My brother said that last night she ran away so quickly that he wasn't even a little scared. But the sister did not deign to respond to his call, and the guy asked if he could hear the answer to yesterday's question. Tariella was shaking all over with fear. She didn't understand what she was supposed to say. She was brought out of her difficult situation by the sudden appearance of Elihu. He called Her Majesty, and soon the high priest stood in front of them, smiling and beaming. Tariella hurried to meet him. The empress asked what brought him to the palace early in the morning. He answered vaguely that it was something important. The blonde assured Her Majesty that he had found something, and he put it in her palm. The girl immediately understood what was being said, and I relaxed, and the high priest enthusiastically showed her the fat hamster. She squeaked indignantly, swearing at Elika that he saw and immediately brought her here. The empress took the rodent in her palms. Mu continued to squeak her indignation that the high priest promised to treat her, but he himself did not keep his promises. Elihu enthusiastically told how he discovered the hamster. The empress thanked him for bringing it, and she herself thought that this was a good reason for her to quickly leave here. Tariella told her brother that she needed to take care of the hamster, so she would go, and said goodbye to him. The blonde was outraged by this and began to protest. Karajan asked her to wait, but the girl was already leaving, hugging Mew to her. As Tariella left, she thought that her brother still adhered only to the right path. Our heroine was sitting on the sofa all alone. No matter what she thought, nothing came to her mind. She kept trying to find a way to talk to her brother so that he would stop worrying. She didn't know if she could say that it was just a marriage of convenience, from which everyone benefited for themselves. But in this case, she will have to reveal Lionfell's secret. She could not do this without his consent, but simply to please herself. Her husband came in to see her. The man turned to the empress. He said that all her thoughts were visible on her face. Lionfell assumed that his wife was still worried about what she had told him about before. She confirmed this, and she insisted that she simply ran away before they had time to lock tongues and start a conversation. The emperor leaned over his wife and asked if this happened before he kissed him. Tariella was furious. She screamed that her husband had completely misunderstood her. The girl explained that she and her brother did not talk, and about languages. It was such a metaphor, and she wanted to say that she simply hadn't talked to her brother yet. The man laughed cheerfully. Tariella thought irritably that as soon as she said something wrong, her husband again took up his vulgar jokes. Lionfell told his wife in a serious tone that it seemed to him that the prince knew about her powers. The husband suggested that it might be easier if he told Karajan that his sister was treating her husband. She agreed with this. Lionfell admitted that his wife had already told her brother everything. The girl thought it would be easier this way, but he assumed that she had already said everything. Tariella denied this, insisting that without his knowledge she could not reveal his secret, and she offendedly asked who he took her for. The emperor replied that he was touched. The girl said with a pout that it was a banal expression. Our heroine could not imagine what her husband had gone through in his life if he was now thinking in this way. Lionfell changed his anger to mercy. He said that if his wife treated him this way, then he should have behaved accordingly. The husband called her to come with him, but she was surprised because it was almost midnight. Door opened, and Prince Karayan from the kingdom of Lupinian entered. He was clearly dissatisfied with something. The maid was standing outside the door. The emperor gave her an order that no matter what sounds she heard, it was forbidden to enter without permission. Karayan angrily asked what was happening here. Tariella excitedly reminded His Majesty that midnight was approaching. The husband reminded the girl that he had previously promised her to do everything in his power. The magician, at the sight of their gentle touch, became flushed with emotions overwhelming him. He was surprised at how the Leonhard Empire entertained its guests. Lionfell was unbuttoning his shirt. He said that it was quite difficult for his wife to hide it. Karajan realized that the emperor knew everything about Tariella's power. The brunette said that there was no need to worry so much. He exposed his torso with a magical mark on his chest just above the level of his heart. Leonfel said that he too knew about the Empress's strength. Karayan was extremely surprised by what he saw, saying that he understood everything. His sister briefly confirmed his guesses. The Emperor claimed that everything was so, that he was one of the survivors of the Ferdiac experiment. His hair on his head turned white again. Karajan concluded that the head of the Empire, Loneheart, was a victim of the experiment. He assured, smiling, that the people would have a lot of fun when they found out the truth. Leonfel understood that the prince was worried that since he knew his sister's secret, she would forever be his hostage. And the girl was surprised that her husband just took everything and laid it out. The Emperor called Tariella to him, extending his hand to her. The girl remembered her husband's words that he would sort everything out himself, and she decided to trust him. Extending her hand in response to his words, Tariella touched his bare chest with her palms. Almost simultaneously, the hair on the Emperor's head began to darken. The man gently held his wife by the waist. Karayan asked in a dissatisfied tone what this even meant. The Emperor assured that he would never harm his wife or injure her. He assured that the girl was not in danger when she was next to him, and he said that Prince Lupion need not worry about anything, assuring that for him, Tariella's life and health were more important than his own. The Emperor told the guest that he himself knew very well what it was like for his sister, and if anyone finds out that a saint has appeared in the world, then war will begin at that very second. The husband believed that at first the girl would be received with open arms, and then they will begin to use her for their own purposes, limiting her will. Then it will soon be locked up or taken into someone else's hands. Lionfell assured that the girl, like the World Tree, would be a test subject for the study of divine power. The prince incredulously asked whether her husband would do the same to her. The Emperor assured that even if he had such a thought, he would break his wife's arms and legs so that she could not escape, and then he would pack her up and hide her in the dungeon, and be her only visitor there. Our heroine doubted that her husband was all right in the head, and he continued that if he really wanted to, the meeting between the prince and Tariella would not have taken place at all. Lionfell asked the prince to believe that there was no safer place in the world for Terry than his own palace. The man insisted that he also needed her holy power. Therefore, he swore to protect both Tariella herself and her secret. Looking back at his wife with a smile, the monarch assured that he would use all his power only for the sake of this girl. Tariella stood with her eyes wide open. The girl was very surprised by her husband's words. Karajan didn't answer her. He still doubts the Emperor's true intentions. Leonfell said that if he suddenly harmed his wife, the magician could reveal the secret to the monarch. Karajan asked his sister if she agreed with her husband. The couple were surprised by the prince's question. The girl asked her brother how long ago he had known about it. Tariella was curious how the magician even knew about her sacred power. The prince replied that he learned of his sister's strength when she was pushed down the stairs, and all her wounds were quickly healed. The girl did not remember exactly when it was, because she fell many times. Karayan peeked around the corner, watching the girl. At first he thought it was his imagination. No one in the palace could see it, and no one really wanted to notice it. But since then, the boy began to follow his sister. The girl, exposing her left leg, sat and examined the abrasion that had arisen. She sobbed in pain. The baby soon healed her leg with magical powers. Tariella hid the absence of a wound by placing a bandage on top. The girl was surprised by her brother's story. The sister was interested in why the prince hid his knowledge of her power. Karayan replied to Tariella that since she hid the power, she did not want her secret to be made public. The girl's eyes sparkled. She was touched by her brother's words. It turned out that Crayon, knowing it himself, did not tell anyone about his sister's secret. The prince stood with a guilty face. The magician was ashamed for hiding the knowledge of her powers from the girl. Karajan put his hand on his sister's shoulder. The blonde strictly ordered Tariella not to sleep with the emperor until their wedding. The magician threatened the emperor that if Leonhard upset the bride, the prince would tear off the brunette's head. The girl shouted at the guys. The emperor and the prince turned their heads in different directions. Tariella looked at them. She thought that the emperor and the prince were very similar to each other. The brother turned to the girl. He declared that he was returning back to his kingdom of Lupinian. Tariella was surprised by the prince's words, and she thought that he could stay here for a couple more days with her. Karayan explained that his visit was not official. Therefore, he wanted to return home, because he had urgent matters there. The emperor interrupted their conversation. The brunette wanted to know if he could join the conversation. The prince looked at Leonhardt with displeasure. The emperor turned to the magician with a proposal. The brunette buttoned his shirt. He offered a high-ranking magician a job to find information about the alchemist. There was tension in the air. The prince asked why he would agree to such a job. Leonhardt replied to the magician that the situation with the alchemist should have been resolved as quickly as possible. Tariella turned her head. The girl mentally emphasized that the emperor's offer was very good. Karayan stood shrouded in magical power. The prince answered the emperor that he would not specifically look for it. The sister took her brother's hands. The girl asked the magician to stay here for a while longer. Leonfel addressed the prince in a friendly manner. He assured that in a few days there would be a sacred ceremony, and Karayan could leave immediately after it. The brunette raised his hand. The emperor said that heaven would bless those who would attend that ceremony. In the dead of night, a crowd of people from the empire gathered in front of the emperor's gigantic castle, awaiting the sacred action. Elihu stood next to the imperial couple. The high priest was surprised by the number of people in the temple. Elihu said that it was thanks to the empress that there were such a large number of people at the ceremony. The girl replied that she had done nothing, and it was all the merits of the high priest. Joyful people were waiting for the ceremony to begin. Elihu replied to the empress that thanks to her, many people felt the powers of Samuli. The high priest bowed to the couple. The blonde said it was time for him to start the ceremony. A decorated silver staff with a cross on top shimmered in the moonlight. The high priest stood with a staff in his hands and lights of power flew around him. The people were waiting for the start of the sacred action. The emperor admitted to his wife that this was the first ceremony where he was present. Tariella was surprised by her husband's words. Leonfeld told the girl that he used to be afraid to go out at night and came up with all sorts of ridiculous excuses. The monarch's face turned visibly red. The emperor was glad that he now had Tariella. Leonfeld closed his eyes. The girl looked at the emperor. She herself blushed at the words he said. Mu, who was sitting on Tariella's shoulder, was also very surprised by Leonfeld's words. The hamster raised her paw to the sky and snapped her tiny fingers. In an instant, the night sky was lit up with fireworks that Mu created. A sight appeared above the emperor's standing palace. The dark, dead night suddenly became beautiful. People raised their heads and admired what was happening. The people said that the goddess Samuel blessed them. The high priest looked up. Tears appeared in Elihu's eyes. The blonde said that Samula herself blessed this ceremony. The empress turned to Mu. She asked if this didn't bother the hamster. The fluffy ball replied that she didn't really strain herself for this. The hamster's eyes sparkled. Mu said that she does not heal or save anyone. The fluffy little ball assured that she only gave everyone wonderful dreams. In the dark dungeon, the cry of an unknown person was heard. He threatened to tell everything. The priest was behind bars. The young man was scared. He shouted that if the epidemic started from the main temple, then everyone would be thrown in to eliminate it. Jerem glanced angrily at the prisoner. The fair-haired man asked the priest if he had been cornered. The prisoner reported that Ginevra was going to return to the capital. Jerem was horrified by what he heard. Tariella sat in a depressed mood. The girl assumed that the alchemist was hiding somewhere on the continent, but did not think that it could be near the empire. 4 people gathered in the hall. The emperor said that he could not vouch for the loyalty of the prisoner, and he assured that he had already given the order to begin the search. Leonfel also asked to strengthen the security of his wife. Jeremy answered the emperor that in this way all the knights would serve one girl. The monarch answered the advisor that there were traces of Genevieve, and that the empress should be better guarded. Karajan closed his eyes. The magician said that he would not stand by if his sister was threatened. The guy put his hand on his forehead. The advisor assured that the guards assigned to the empress were more than enough. Jerem said that the fewer knights guarding the castle, the more dangerous it was. Leonfel replied that he would need to turn to Lord Tenon. Tariella remembered Lord Tenon's letter. The girl remembered that the man was Lionfel's fencing teacher. The advisor asked the emperor if Lord Tenon would respond to the request. Jerem said that if you order a swordsman to work for the emperor, the lord would rather commit suicide than agree. Leonfel said that the lord spent his entire life with a sword in his hands. The emperor was sorry to leave such talent aside. The brunette ordered the advisor to call the lord. Jerem replied that they had called him many times and even offered him the position of head of the palace knights, but they always received a categorical refusal. Leonfel said that there was no choice, because someone would have to protect his wife while the monarch was not in the palace. The emperor added that if the lord refused, then his request would become an order. The girl turned to her brother. Tariella was curious if Karayan was leaving today to return to his native kingdom. She said that a storm was expected today and asked him to be careful. The prince answered his sister that she should not have worried about him, and he assured that thanks to the spirits nothing threatened him as a magician. Karayan invited the girl to hang out with the emperor and go home with him. Jerem looked angrily at the prince and said that the empress should be preparing for a formal reception. The prince looked at Jeremy with a dissatisfied look. The girl thought why the advisor took the emperor to talk in the corridor. Tariella was shocked by the advisor's words that she would have to hold a reception. The girl complained that no one told her about this before. Jerem retorted that this was, by default, the duties of the empress. Our heroine thought that greeting on behalf of the ruler of the empire was a matter of high importance. This was her first appearance after her wedding with Leonfell, the monarch of these lands. The girl knew that everyone wanted to see how the empress would look and behave during the celebration. She looked at her husband, waiting for an explanation from him. The man himself was sincerely surprised, and scratching his beard he admitted that he himself didn't know. Here the advisor stood up for the gentleman. He reminded the lady that he had already told her that their emperor was in some sense an outcast. Therefore, he might not know about traditions and rules. The monarch ordered him to remain silent and not to shame him in public like that. He thought about the light in which he now appeared before Karajan. The blonde cleared his throat and said that it was time for him to hit the road. Tariella knew that he devoted all his free time to work, and she had never seen her brother at such events. The empress knew that Elihu was also traveling all the time, so he also could not teach her what was necessary. And she decided to turn to Jerem. The advisor scratched his head in puzzlement. And he said that he would undertake to find the empress people with the necessary experience and send them to her. The girl beamed all over, overjoyed. She thought it would be easier to prepare and get a better result. 3 days before Karajan's departure, a young man came to our heroine. He greeted the empress, and he said that he had arrived on the orders of Sir Jerem. He considered himself the right person, and I thought that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he himself was born at one of the celebrations. Tariella thought to herself that she was sure that they would send her a girl. The empress noticed his red hair, violet eyes, and a high degree of sociability, and it seemed to her that she had already heard something about this person somewhere. The guy said that he had previously taken part in wedding ceremonies, but he warned that he did not have the opportunity to take part in the welcoming receptions. He introduced himself as Raven Rylanef, the second son of Duke Rylanef. Then it dawned on the girl where she could have heard about him. She could not understand why the Duke would send her his second son. Raven said that the Emperor's advisor told him that Her Majesty was preparing to receive important guests. Tariella invited the guy to sit down. She said that everything had to be at the highest level, because the guests would come to them from the Etheria Empire. Raven insisted that the Empress need not have worried at all, and he assured her that she was in good hands. The guy told Her Majesty that he would help her prepare the best gala reception in the Empire in history. Tariella replied that if everything turned out that way, she would thank him in advance. And she herself thought that he didn't look very much like a duke. The young man asked to call him simply by his name. He explained that he did not like being addressed through his family name, and he carefully asked Her Majesty if he could ask her for something in return. The Empress wanted the guy to be more specific. She suggested that the Duke might be asking her to side with his father, and I already decided for myself that if so, he would fly out of here in an instant. Raven voiced to Her Majesty that he was, to be honest, a little uncomfortable getting to her castle. Tariella asked him again. The guy said that most of the time he attends various events and holidays, so going to the palace was a little tiring for him. He said that this time it was about holding a celebration, and he was ready to make every effort for a successful project. Raven, however, asked that he not be summoned to the palace in the future. Tariella realized that he did not like coming to the palace. She also admitted that the guy simply did not want to get involved in political affairs. The girl knew that many aristocrats strive to get into the palace by any means, and also to get a place at court by all means. But it seemed that the Duke had a completely different view on this. Raven said that his father followed his own path and he followed his, and he thought it was normal that they looked at things differently. The Empress asked if he would regret it later. She reported that returning here again would not be easy. The guy replied that he was sure. He insisted that he was not interested in politics at all, and he believed that simple celebrations were the best reward for him. Tariella smilingly replied that in that case she had agreed with him. She herself didn't really want any of the Rilinefs to be here, and she was glad that she would not have to refuse them hospitality. Men began to simultaneously show interior items in catalogs. One of them drew the Empress's attention to the fact that this chandelier is now setting fashion for the whole world, advising its use for decoration. Another pointed out where it would be better to place candelabra and frescoes. The men began to argue, and Tariella could not even imagine that everything would turn out this way. They began to show velvet curtains, assuring that they did not let in light, and therefore, guests at the holiday could have very heated conversations. The girl asked if it was too expensive. The merchant assured that this fabric was the most in demand that year and its color. But he did not finish, being interrupted by the Duke. He said that all this happened last year. The Empress was surprised by Raven's appearance. The guy asked her forgiveness for the delay. Tariella asked what he was doing here. There were catalogs of goods and interior items on the table. The guy, answering her question, assured that he was helping Her Majesty the Empress prepare for the gala reception. Merchants began to suggest that there must have been a mistake in the catalog. Raven picked up the piece of paper and looked at the image on it. He asked what was the point of offering a blue color that had long gone out of fashion. Suddenly he asked in an indignant tone what it was and who even bought it. He pointed to the chandelier and said that it was already 3 years old. The guy was surprised by such decoration and their inflated prices. He said that no one would buy them for that kind of money because the price was inflated many times over. Raven asked where the merchants had dug up their trash and how they dared offer it to Her Majesty the Empress. The men, trembling all over, insisted that they had no idea that he would be here. The merchants made the excuse that the rulers set the fashion, and if the Empress used this decor, it would immediately become popular. The Duke coldly demanded that they just bring a normal catalog. The men were assured with one voice that they would find the freshest one. Tariella quietly thanked the guy, assuring that without him she would have been deceived, and he replied that the Empress would not have bought this horror without him. Raven was surprised who would even like it. The girl thought to herself that she actually liked it. The guy handed the Empress a folder, and he said that he hired musicians and actors, so there was no need to worry about the cultural component of the holiday. The young Duke admitted that they were drinking once, and that's when they met. He assured that they were masters of their craft. The Empress thought about it. It was known that the nobility did not particularly like to spend time in the company of musicians and actors. However, Raven caroused with them. The guy muttered about the quality of the curtain fabric that those merchants brought to the Emperor's palace. Tariella looked at the Duke and noted to herself that he did not look at all like the son of an aristocrat, and she was curious why the guy didn't like being addressed by his family name. The merchant was already carrying the latest catalogs. Raven asked Her Majesty if it was true that there would be guests from the Etherian Empire at the reception. He asked what budget he should expect. Tariella answered vaguely that it was at her own discretion. The guy asked her again in surprise. Since this was her first reception, His Majesty and the advisor said that she didn't have to think about money. Raven told Her Majesty that it was important to stick to the budget. He believed that he could squander his own money, but not the state budget. The Empress said that Jerem was now responsible for the budget. This message was like thunder and lightning for the young Duke of Rilinef. Everyone knows that Lionfell killed the treasurer when he seized the imperial throne of Leohart, and it was not surprising that they never really took care of the budget. Tariella assured that she would estimate the amount. The guy said that the color of the tapestry and tablecloth should have been the same tone. He recommended that the Empress choose a tone that was not too light. Raven showed the table and said that these colors were relevant this year. He asked Her Majesty if she already liked any of them. The girl asked if they were all different. The guy answered in the affirmative. He assured the Empress that no two colors were alike. Tariella said wearily that he understood this better than she did, and she said that she relied completely on him for this. The Duke bowed and thanked Her Majesty for the trust she had placed in him. Raven said that he had attended many events and never liked the way the hall was decorated. It was clear that a lot of money had been spent, but it still looked absolutely terrible. The guy reported that he had long ago decided for himself that if he ever did something like this, he would try to prevent such mistakes. The young Duke smiled and said that he had no experience, but he had long ago formed a solid picture in his head of what it should look like. Tariella noticed that he looked so happy. The Empress said that Raven could lead the celebration, and it seemed to her that many would have come if he had invited them himself. She said that after all, his family, but he interrupted Her Majesty, and he assured her that this would definitely not happen. The guy reported that he intended to leave his family soon, that as soon as a successor to the title appears, he will immediately decide. The Empress asked again in surprise. The young Duke answered in the affirmative. He said that his older brother died, so now he was the only heir. Tariella even regretted asking. She mentally told herself that she should have remained silent. A tall, bald man hurried towards them. He addressed himself to Her Majesty and Sir Raven. The big man was in high spirits and he was clutching a sword to his chest. The man held out a sheathed weapon to the Empress. He said that he apologized for his rudeness and stupidity, and he asked to accept the sword as an apology. The big guy reported that it was a decorative weapon, but he warned that it was sharpened. Raven saw his reflection in the hardened steel. The man said that this sword was made by the best master of his craft and decorated with precious stones. His speech was interrupted by the plaintive and drawn-out cry of the young Duke Rilanef. All eyes turned sharply to him. The Duke recoiled from the sword with a cry and hid in a corner. Tariella and the fencing master looked at his figure in bewilderment. They tried to understand what caused this reaction. The Empress cautiously called the man. All three heard him shout for the weapon to be put away immediately. Raven was shaking and had a look of horror on his face. The bald man stood awkwardly with a sword in his hands. The second subordinate turned to him. He loomed menacingly over the fool, not understanding what was the matter. In an angry tone, the man indicated that Sir Raven was afraid of swords. His assistant said with a guilty look that he just wanted to give a gift. A look of bewilderment flashed across Tariella's face. She wondered why the Duke was afraid of swords, and how the servants knew this. With mockery, the subordinates turned to the frightened Raven. They didn't understand why he had to stage such a performance. The girl looked at the men with an angry look. The servants immediately fell silent. They looked at the young Empress with wide eyes in surprise. Tariella slowly rose from the couch. Her eyes expressed anger. Looking at the servants, the girl told them to get out of here. She said that because of the deception and because of the prejudice against the Duke, their cooperation was now in doubt. Stuttering, the men began to make excuses. In a stern voice, the Empress threatened to call the guards. She said that she would call the servants when she had everything she needed. The men quickly ran out of the room. Tariella turned to Raven's hunched figure. The girl carefully touched his shoulder. She said that everyone had already left and he could go up. The man raised his head. There were tears in his eyes, rolling down his cheeks, threatening to fall to the floor. The Empress widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect to see such a reaction to an ordinary sword. The Duke rose to his feet. He quickly wiped the tears from his face without looking up at the girl. Stuttering, the man said he would contact her later. Sir Raven walked out of the hall in shame, lowering his head under the perplexed gaze of Tariella. He wiped his face. The young Empress looked from the sword to the retreating back. She wondered why the man was so afraid of the weapon. The maids persistently suggested that Tariella go for a walk. The girl mentally noted that she was practically pushed out onto the street. They stopped in the middle of the park. The gardener loudly greeted Her Majesty, bowing. Tariella asked if it was hard for her to work in the garden under the scorching sun. The worker stood opposite, bowing her head. The girl widened her eyes in fear. She raised her hands, assuring that everything was fine and it wasn't at all difficult for her. The gardener stammered and said that there was practically no work due to the severe drought. She stood tensely, head bowed. The Empress touched the dying tree. She noticed that the condition of the plants had really deteriorated. Tariella praised the worker. The girl was happy, saying that she would try even harder. The group of girls moved on, looking at the garden. The silence prompted the Empress to think about what had happened earlier. A moment came to Tariella's mind when the Duke was talking about how he was the only heir. She remembered the mention of the man's dead brother, and those words never left her head. The Empress stopped. She turned her head slightly, addressing the blonde girl. In a thoughtful voice, Tariella asked if Duke Rilanef had another son. After some hesitation, the maid replied that Sir Raven did have an older brother. Her face showed confusion. The girl awkwardly informed that asking questions about the eldest son of Duke Rilanef was considered bad manners. Tariella turned around, her eyes wide in surprise. She wanted to know the reason. In a quiet voice, the fair-haired girl said that the Duke's son was killed. Our heroine froze in place. She felt goosebumps run through her body and anxiety rose in her chest. The maid said that the Duke's eldest son was brutally killed at night. breaking into the chambers and stabbing him with a sword. It was a case that raised the ears of the entire empire, and the killer was also Rilinef. Raven's younger brother was with him at the time. Tariella asked if the killer had been caught then. The story of the murder of Sir Raven's elder brother justified his reaction in front of the sword. The girl continued the story. That night, someone saw the alchemist Ginevra, so the Knights of Rilinef went looking. Only Raven saw the killer but could not describe his appearance because he was too small. The Empress remembered the words of her subordinate. She asked if it was true that Sir Raven was very afraid of swords. The maid of honor replied that it was so. She also said that the man used to have a talent for fencing, but after that night the gentleman can't even look at a weapon. Closing her eyes, our heroine muttered that Sir Raven had been reminded twice about what had happened. The girl carefully asked if something had happened during the negotiations. Tariella came to her senses, looking awkwardly at the blonde servant. She thanked Phoebe for telling her. The girl shared that she herself recently found out about this. Beaming at Her Majesty's gratitude, Phoebe vowed that she was ready to learn everything in the world if she needed it. The maids behind were surprised by the sudden change in tone. The girls confirmed her words. They were ready to do anything for their Empress. One promised that she would run to the best studios at least every day so that Her Majesty would have the best makeup and hairstyle. Tariella remembered that it was them who Jerem called her people. In the Lupion Kingdom, she was always surprised by acts of kindness and caring, even if it was Karayan who did it. The servants continued to babble about how they would bring everything new to the Empress. This applied to both the best jewelry and new dresses in the atelier. Tariella sat on the sofa, looking at the products in the catalogs. She muttered painfully that the goods did not seem to run out. The girl was distracted when she heard Mew's squeaky voice. The rodent was sitting on the windowsill, looking out the window. Our heroine rose from her seat, putting the catalog down. The hamster called her closer, forcing her to look outside. Holding the pillow in her hands, Tariella cautiously approached the window. She asked Mew what happened there and squeezed the cloth in her hand. Looking out into the street, the girl froze in place. Her eyes opened wide when she saw a beautiful and, most importantly, healthy tree, which earlier in the day was practically withered. The tree glowed mesmerizingly in the darkness of the night, spreading its branches and casting a shadow on the road. A bright imprint of someone's palm could be seen on the trunk. Tariella wondered how this could be. Mew asked if she would let the whole world know about her power because of her carelessness. The girl moved away from the window, looking at the rodent. She didn't understand what her fault was. Mew sternly said that due to the enormous amount of divine power, the tree bloomed too suddenly. Tariella panicked, not knowing what to do, but the hamster said that it was too late. The same gardener stood near the tree. Seeing the revived plant, the girl dropped the bucket and jumped joyfully. Turning pale, the Empress realized that she was in deep trouble. Mew reassured her, saying that the girl most likely thought that this happened because of her labors. The rodent sighed in annoyance. She asked Tariella to learn to control her power, otherwise it would permeate everything here. Mayu thought about it. Hamster asked if our heroine had thought about the fact that recently people have offered her their help. The girl did not pay attention to this, since all the courtiers offered her their help. Mew reminded that if people knew about Tariella's power, they would start a war. She answered positively because that's why she took the hamster to her place. The rodent muttered thoughtfully further, mentioning that the same thing was happening to her. The girl looked at her in bewilderment. Komyak said that she suppressed her powers for a while. When she tried to explain what would happen because of the big splash, Tariella asked if it meant the same thing to her. Mew said that some part of the power always comes from her, and that's why people try to help all the time. The Empress realized that this is the only reason why everyone is so kind. She felt unwell. The girl thought that it would be the same if they cared about her only because of her status. Tariella flinched when the door to the room opened. Leonfell entered the room, tenderly calling her name. Horror mixed with resentment appeared on her face. The man came closer, looking at his betrothed with a smile and a question in his eyes. The girl stood in the middle of the room, clutching a pillow in her hands while Leonfell walked towards her. Tariella wondered if the Emperor too was only caring and kind to her because of her strength. The monarch regretfully asked his wife if he had really angered her with something. She answered him negatively. Leonfell responded by asking why she grabbed the pillow as if she wanted to hit him with it. Tariella thought to him that he was too attentive. The Emperor thought about a new assumption, and Mew was running away from there as fast as she could, deciding to get away as quickly as possible. Lionfell gently took his wife's hand. He asked what he had done wrong to upset his empress. The girl angrily asked why he took her hand. The man replied that when she was angry, she would rather squeeze his hand than the pillow. Tariella was very interested in the fact that as soon as she squeezed her husband's hand, she immediately felt calmer in her soul. She asked the emperor if this was some kind of family way of reassuring their wives. He replied that it was more of a historical method than one passed down from generation to generation by kinship. The royal couple sat on the edge of the bed. Lionfell asked if his wife wanted to tell him why she was so angry. He insisted that he didn't do anything wrong today. The girl thought that people were kind to her only because of her divine power. And the reason why her husband kissed her also lay in this. Lionfell smiled and looked at his wife with a silent question. She couldn't say that. After all, if you think about it, there was nothing wrong with being treated well, even if it was all because of her abilities. And the girl decided not to stress herself out anymore. Tariella apologetically assured that she was just very tired today. Her husband asked her if there was a meeting regarding the celebration. The girl said it was Raven. But then she stopped mid-sentence. After all, I suddenly remembered that Lionfell hated Duke Rillenef. The monarch's face changed. She asked her husband not to worry, and she assured that the young duke was completely different from his father. The man was surprised. Tariella said that the guy told her his intention to leave his family after the heir was determined, and that after finishing his business in the palace he planned not to return here again. The girl said that Raven was still, and stopped short, not knowing whether to tell her this. She remembered seeing tears in the guy's eyes. Lionfell held his wife's hand. He asked her to finish the thought. She said that the young duke was interested not only in parties, but also in the latest fashion trends. Tariella told her husband that he could help her a lot. The emperor concluded that the young duke was well versed in fashion. The girl confirmed this. She thought there was no need to worry. The emperor stood up. He turned to his wife with a request that she call him. This surprised her a little. She addressed him as Your Majesty. The man said that he asked her to call him without indicating the title. He grabbed his head in frustration. Tariella could not understand what was happening to her husband. The emperor complained. Then she called his wife Eliha and Jerima by name. And even Rillenef's offspring too. And he asked why she decided to address her husband as Your Majesty. The brunette assured that he even had a name. And he reminded the empress that his name was Lionfell. The girl, laughing, said that she knew this, and that they had already talked about it last time. But it seemed strange to her that the empress would call her husband simply by name. The man looked menacing and angry. The emperor immediately turned around and began to quickly walk away. Tariella followed up by asking His Majesty where he was going. The brunette answered, without turning around, that until she called him by name, he would not return to her. And the girl thought to herself that she had no idea that he could be so sweet. The emperor stood at the window waiting for a reaction from his wife. He happened to look out the window. What he saw threw him into a stupor. He saw that the tree blossomed, and he asked if it was all because of Tariella. The girl looked down and said that she didn't do it on purpose. She insisted that she simply could not control her power. Lionfell said that it was a very beautiful sight. The emperor said that he was still very young when he once saw this tree bloom. This was before the tree of life dried up. He thought it was delightful to see pink petals against the blue sky. When he was little, he could stand still for a long time, waiting for the petals to fall on him. Lionfell said that one day a petal that was resting on the shoulder of a passing knight slipped into his child's palm. Looking at him, as a boy, he understood the meaning of the word beauty. A little boy stood in the room, mesmerized by a fallen petal he had caught from the tree next to his window. The emperor said that he had no other memories. After all, soon the tree of life withered, and all the flowers that were in the yard disappeared. And even those flowers that remained were painted bloody and were quickly cut off. The man smiled serenely. He said that he never thought that he would ever see fresh flowers again. The emperor admitted to his wife that he was glad to look at them even from afar. Tariella had a thought, and she invited her husband to come closer to the tree with flowers. The empress said that they still had time until midnight, and she insisted that there was no time to doubt anything. The girl resolutely took the monarch's hand. She urged His Majesty to go quickly. The man doubted because he could have addressed himself right on the street at midnight as usual and thereby given himself away. Tariella assured him that there was nothing terrible. She encouraged him that she would be with him at this moment. Going out into the street, the empress was disappointed. After all, many petals have already fallen from the tree to the ground. and there were only a few of them left on the tree. She guessed that because the flowers appeared due to divine power, this was the reason for their rapid decline. The wife did not want to disappoint the emperor. Tariella asked how the flowers were close to him. The emperor assured that they were even more beautiful that way. Our heroine noticed that Lionfell spoke about his past for the first time. But of course she would be curious to hear everything. However, it was already quite good for a start. The girl threw her shawl over her husband's head, assuring that it was just in case. Lionfell said that she had the scent of his wife, and she was surprised at such a statement, recalling that she was wearing it. Tariella said she was glad Lionfell liked it, and he looked at her with delight, and asked her opinion about the beauty around her. The girl regretted that almost all the flowers had withered. She assured that it was even more beautiful before. The emperor said that he was delighted with the beauty that stood before him. He held his wife by the waist and pressed her to him. Both spouses found themselves covered with the same shawl. A man with blonde hair was kissing a girl. Tariella saw that her husband's hair had changed, and this involuntarily screamed. Her husband spoke comforting and kind words to her. She buried her with the beautiful Empress Tariella. The emperor laughed merrily, which greatly embarrassed his wife. She pushed him away and screamed in his face to stop doing this. Tariella ordered him to quickly go inside before anyone noticed them. The emperor continued to laugh. Soon he took the shawl off his head, and he said that this was enough for him. In the morning, the heavenly body illuminated the castle of Emperor Leohart, foreshadowing a new fine day. The maids were gossiping. They were surprised and alarmed by the rumors that were circulating in the corridors. One told the other that a tree had blossomed in the garden not long ago, and according to the gardener, this happened thanks to the Empress herself. Another said that there was talk that as soon as Her Majesty looked at someone, he was incredibly lucky for the next 2 days in a row. The first said that the Empress secretly met with her lover in the garden every night. Jerem asked the monarch what he would order to do. After all, the whole palace was on edge because of rumors that Her Majesty had a lover. The advisor sternly asked the imperial couple what they were thinking when they decided to have a date in the garden. He assured that he would very much like to know the reason for this. Tariella asked Jerem for forgiveness, and she assured that it was she who dragged His Majesty into the garden by force against his will. The guy was surprised, and he expressed the assumption that the Empress had good reasons for this. Lionfell expressed indignation that they were going to blame him for everything at first. The girl sitting next to me laughed. The advisor argued that if this was the work of His Majesty, he would have driven him into a state of hysteria with reproaches and shouts. But since the Empress decided so, he could not blame her. Jerem said that once they had sorted out this issue, they could move on to the next one. The Empress was surprised that this was all, and that the problem turned out to be not so serious. Elihu appeared from the doorway and informed the Empress that he had heard that she allegedly had a lover. The girl grabbed her head. She was amazed that even in the main temple they knew all the gossip. The high priest assured that after that incident, more and more people began to visit the temple, and some parishioners discussed the Empress. The girl thought that he did not know about Lionfell's nightly transformations. Mu picked up the sweets. Tariella held the line. She said that Jerem assured her that all previous empresses had lovers, and she believed that nothing strange had happened in her case. Elihu said that the 15th empress had 15 lovers, and no one made a fuss about it. Her Majesty wondered why so much fuss was made in her case. Tariella did not understand why all this, and she assured that she was now ashamed to look people in the eyes. The blonde said that this was not the only rumor. The Empress forestalled Elihu's words, and she suggested that those rumors concerned the fact that she allegedly doomed a person to good luck with just her glance. The high priest was surprised at her insight, but he said that having a lover was a more serious task than deciding on an heir. That's why everyone around was fighting for this place. Mu waited for the height of passions, even teasing her interlocutors a little. The blonde said that people would not sit quietly if they learned that the place was already occupied. He believed that everyone was trying to participate somehow, which is why there was so much talk around. Some said that the incident in the main temple was the result of the saint's actions, and just at that time the Empress happened to be nearby. The hamster squeaked contentedly that people were quick-witted. Elihu told the Empress that she was also extraordinarily beautiful, so it was only a matter of time before a lover appeared. It was not surprising to the girl that her husband and Jerem did not go deeper. Our heroine insisted that she did not want to take a lover. Elika asked in surprise if she didn't already have one. Tariella insisted that the rumors were false. The high priest breathed a sigh of relief. He reported that they also said a lot of different things in the temple. Elihu said that if the empire was reborn with one look and touch of the new empress, then how would she differ from the saint? That's why there was talk that the priest was fit to become her lover. The blonde said that he could become one too, because he was closest to her. He assured that that was why he wanted to ask Her Majesty, to what extent it was possible. Elihu argued that the empress had nothing to worry about. He said that since that rumor was false, he would do everything possible to stop all these conversations. Tariella said that would be wonderful. However, she thought for a moment. The high priest said that most did not know that it was all false gossip. So many thought that the girl already had a lover. Only the children of nobles and the heirs and kings of foreign countries did not know. In a world mired in ruin, the words luck and beauty were quite rare. It seemed to Alec that the empress was upset about something. The girl wondered if all this was true. Raven entered the scene. The guy happily asked Her Majesty if it was true that she had acquired a favorite. The empress drank tea. Her face was red. She was clearly not in the mood. The girl turned to Raven. She asked him if he knew what everyone he met had told her lately. He hesitated a little. Tariella said that she could at least keep a cow on a leash in her bedroom. It was still just her personal business. The guy was able to answer that everyone was asking this only because everyone really liked the empress. He handed her a new catalog. Her Majesty said that if every person asked her this question, Tariella lamented that this was not even official information, but just rumors. And it irritated her that people said it as if everything was already known. She insisted that she did not have a lover. A fencing master appeared at the door. Instead of a greeting, the big man joyfully asked Her Majesty whether it was true that she had allegedly acquired a lover. The guy said that rumors spread that the empress had a favorite. He reported that aristocrats wrote letters to them saying they were ready to send mountains of gifts. The big man was scratching his head. He said that he understood very well that not everyone could become the empress's lover, but it seemed that he himself was all glowing. The fencing master assured that some of the total number of candidates were not so bad and were of good origin, that such people could be considered for the role of the empress's favorite. The bald man asked Sir Raven why he crossed his arms like he was asking him to shut up. Tariella tore the paper. She asked how he could become a famous merchant when he was completely devoid of good manners. The empress insisted that she was amused that such rumors could exist. The girl noticed that she collaborated with traitors, but no one talked about it around every corner. The big man indignantly asked Her Majesty what she was doing. Tariella said that she only saw him once, and after a peaceful conversation they parted ways. Pieces of paper fell to the floor of the room. The empress angrily asked what kind of nonsense about cooperation was that. She said that she could guess who started such a rumor. The man began to make excuses, but Her Majesty interrupted him. She restrainedly asked why he told everyone about their cooperation. The bald man assured the empress that he did not understand her. He asked if the empress knew why everyone was so eager to cooperate with them. Explaining, the big man assured that only they had a special monopoly on working with famous fashion designers and jewelers, exclusive rights to the design of jewelry made by the best craftsmen. The merchant believed that only such people could the empress work with, and he emphasized that it was a monopoly. Tariella insisted that this was extremely unethical. The girls said that they requested exclusive rights as a condition of cooperation with brands or designers, even before they became popular. The empress was surprised that the term of this right was only 100 years. She handed the maid a piece of paper from the document. Tariella announced that during the term of the contract, the craftsmen had to use the workshops that were provided to them, and they took part of the profit from them as a fee for using the rental service. The empress was surprised that under that contract, half the amount was taken for delivery. She believed that this was a robbery of ordinary people. Tariella said that if everything she told was a lie, then she asked to indicate where exactly. Raven assured that it was some kind of nonsense and exploitation with such meager earnings for the craftsmen. The empress was even more surprised by the terms of the contract termination. According to it, it was necessary to increase the level of sales tenfold, at a time when the number of sales and deliveries for the year were ridiculous. The big man proudly declared that the contacts were his achievement. He assured that he offered conditions to the masters, and they themselves agreed, and no one forced them. The empress angrily asked who could refuse the contract when they were tortured by fire, and offered to avoid death simply by signing. although those people knew that this would not end well for them. Tariella blamed the big man for not apologizing to the masters for treating them this way, that he arbitrarily spread false rumors about cooperation, and now he has come to recommend himself. The merchant tried to answer something to justify himself, but the Empress did not listen to him. She asked, turning to Raven for advice, whether she should have done business with such people. The young Duke assured the beautiful lady that she would no longer have to deal with various liars. The big man was angry. He told Her Majesty that they would regret it. He tried to assure that they had the right to a monopoly, but he was interrupted. Tariella thought about it. With a short pause and rather sparkling eyes, she said that as Empress she would deprive him of this right. Duke Rillanef reminded the lady that if the contract were to be terminated, the craftsmen would have to pay 10 times the amount they had earned for the entire time. The bald man suggested that they do so. He assured that with the money he would receive when breaking contacts, he could easily hire new designers. Triella said that, of course, if she decides to cancel the contracts, she will have to pay penalties dozens of times. However, it seemed to her that the merchant was reporting incorrect income information and evading taxes. It seemed to the girl that in this case, judging by the reports, he had few sales. It turned out that he took advantage of the absence of the treasurer. He began to assure that they were going to notify, but he was not allowed to finish. The Empress said that the merchant now had 2 options: either terminate the contract or pay taxes honestly, including those that he ignored with interest as a fine. Raven held the paper in his hand. He assumed that the amount that Her Majesty would ultimately receive would be greater than what she was willing to pay now. The girl turned her head over her shoulder to the young Count in surprise. She asked if he had really calculated it all in his mind now. Tayella said that she entrusted all this to Jerim. After all, he was more savvy in that. She assured that it seemed to her that the advisor would take at least several days to do this. Raven explained that he was very good at math. He said that in any case the situation did not change, because Her Majesty did not lose money. The merchant could not utter a word out of anger, and his face turned crimson. The Empress thought that it looked like boiled octopus. Young Duke Rillanef couldn't help but laugh. Only then did Tariella realize that she had said out loud what she was thinking. She was even a little embarrassed from awkwardness. The big man was outraged that Her Majesty called him a boiled octopus. He said that he had had enough of the humiliation. The girl playfully apologized and said that she would not see him off and said goodbye. The girl spoke after him as if realizing that she had not said everything yet. The merchant stopped, having already opened the door to leave. Tariella knew that he would slow down at the exit. She smiled and said that she did not have a lover. She insisted that someone was simply imagining some nonsense that night. The Empress asked to inform her if anyone wants to become her favorite. She insisted that she didn't want anyone around who couldn't come to her in person and declare their interest. Thank you for the presentation. Her Majesty was sipping tea when the impudent man left. She laughed that they tried to stab her in the back. She said that the attempt was made too early, and she offered to come in 100 years. The young Duke asked the lady what would happen to the designers when all their contracts were broken. He assumed that the famous would be able to survive alone, while the less popular would starve with their families. He asked how to deal with them, and he believed that if this became known, the designers would be afraid to cooperate for fear of a repetition of the situation. Tariella thought that the guy was thinking deeply, and what was even more surprising was that the Duke thought straight ahead. She told him that everything was fine and that everything would be sorted out. The girl said that since she took it, that will bring the matter to an end. But she doubted whether the designer, having just terminated an exclusive contract, would sign a new contract with an anonymous dealer. The Empress still hoped that the designers would encroach on a new contract if it was also exclusive. Raven was surprised that the mistress was trying to profit in the same way as the merchant. Tariella insisted that this was not the case at all. She was going to make a commission of 10% of sales, and the volume of supplies will be decided by mutual agreement. Her Majesty wanted the workers to have the entire workshop at their disposal, and she promised not to interfere in the production process. And she believed that the monopoly could be cancelled at any time. But she promised that if this happens, the delivery fee will be charged like other sellers. The guy summarized that the Empress was going to sharply reduce the commission in exchange for exclusivity. Thus, it made it possible to smooth out the monopoly. Tariella said that the goods of those designers would be chosen for court evenings. The Duke considered such conditions interesting, because quite a lot of aristocrats visited the palace. I thought those products were very good. With a pleased look, Raven said that preparations for the reception were going well, and the Empress was also happy about it. Emperor Lionfell Leonhard appeared at the door. He was wearing a green suit. The advisor followed him. The young duke greeted His Majesty with a bow. The emperor, ignoring his presence, turned to his wife. He asked her if they discussed hosting the Eteria couple. Her Majesty answered in the affirmative. She said that she and Raven had just been talking about this. Lionfell widened his eyes, pressing his lips tightly. The girl stopped short and again called the men around her by name. Tariella remembered that her husband wanted her to address him by name, and he asked his wife not to remain silent. The girl reported that they were here discussing preparations for receiving the Etheria family with Sir Rilinef. The emperor paused, trying to understand what was wrong with his wife, and Tariella reminded him that he himself said that if they didn't call him by name, then others shouldn't be spoiled, and taught that. The girl turned to Baron Ascal. The advisor was a little taken aback by such an official address. The Empress ordered him to terminate exclusive contacts and create new ones on the terms that she had told him about earlier. Lionfell said that he invited the Eteria family, and he believed that without this there would have been no need to try so hard when organizing the reception. The advisor insisted that someone would still have to pay a visit. The Emperor, his eyes sparkling with anger, turned to Sir Rilinef. He brought it to his attention that the Empress did not have a lover. He argued that it was stupid and pointless on his part to ask the Empress to accept him as a favorite. The young duke smiled in response. Raven, with a courteous bow, told His Majesty that he valued his life very much. He assured that he would not even allow himself seditious thoughts, and that he wasn't that proud. The guy said that the Emperor was best suited for the Empress. Lionfell even praised the Duke for his well-spoken tongue. Jerem was no less surprised. The young Duke told His Majesty that if he compared him with his father, then they were different. The guy insisted that he hadn't even seen him lately. Raven reported that he had no desire to linger in the palace after finishing this work. The Emperor thought this was a good plan, claiming that for the first time he saw a person in the castle that he liked. Jerem addressed Her Majesty the Empress. He quietly asked apologetically whether the Duke was a fool. She asked if the advisor was ashamed of him, and she said that the amount that he had been counting over the past days, Raven gave her in a matter of seconds. Surprise was written on the advisor's face. Jerem took the hand of the young Duke Rilinef with both hands. He told Raven that the Duke was what the advisor had been looking for all his life, and he asked for forgiveness for the misunderstanding. The blonde guy said that if he only understood everything correctly, then Raven had a natural talent for mathematics, since he calculated in his head without using notes. The advisor also recalled that the young Duke was previously also known as a good swordsman. The guy's eyes stopped at one point from these words. Jerem reported that the position of treasurer at their court was vacant, and he asked the guy his opinion on taking this state and honorable post. Raven abruptly pulled his hand out of the advisor's palms. He thanked her coldly and sharply but refused this offer. The guy assured that besides drinking and sloppiness, he was not interested in anything at all now. Duke Rilinef asked if that was all for today, and he asked permission for him to leave if this was the case. The faces of those present stretched out in surprise. The counselor in Lionfell walked along the long and luxurious corridor of the castle. Jerem assumed that His Majesty was still in a state of shock from that incident. The Emperor replied that it seemed that it was none of his business. He didn't want to go to the meeting. Jerem reproached the master that he was only concerned about the Empress. Lionfell asked in surprise who else should have shown a preoccupied interest in Tariella. He claimed that he was too busy with his wife to spend time with anyone else. His Majesty said that he had to work so that the Empress would love him, and he believed that if he was not busy with government affairs, he should always be with his wife. The Emperor said that no matter how long he sat and waited, things did not move. The advisor asked His Majesty how long he could hold out, because so much time had already passed. Jerem asked the Emperor why he didn't tell Her Majesty everything that when they were children. He interrupted the advisor, saying that there was no point in that. Lionfell waited for so many decades. He remembered how Tariella would look at him as a little girl, and he was the boy who sat sadly near the barred window. The Emperor argued that he could wait a little longer. Of course he can wait for Terry to remember. After all, he remembers how the sunlight poured into his room from the window, and he remembered very well that child's face that looked at him with wary and curious eyes. The fat hamster Mai, raising her paw up, declared that from today they will be with Tariella, learning to control the girl's powers. The Empress asked Mu how she would teach her. The creature said that she had been aware of her strength since birth, so she was sure that she would somehow cope. Tariella asked how the priests coped on their own. Komyak assured that the priests coped well even without training. Mu stated that in general there was a significant difference between the girl's strength and the priest's strength. She explained that the temple servants received the power from her, and Tariella herself was born with this ability. Hamster said that if the Empress wanted to use her powers, then let nothing stop her, and she was surprised that she didn't even really know how it could be done. Tariella said someone was about to get their furry bottom spanked. The animal asked her not to threaten her, and she ordered the girl to extend her hand. Mu said that she would attack, and the girl should defend herself. She advised her to surround herself with a shield, creating it with her own power. She closed her eyes and spread her fingers and tried to concentrate. But no matter how hard Tariella tried, nothing worked out for her. The girl screamed from tension and frustration. The hamster reproached her that she couldn't even do something so simple. She replied that it was normal to explain. Mayu replied that it seemed to her that learning would be easy, but the language barrier still hindered her. The girl reproached the hamster for not telling her anything about the matter at all. She just sighed heavily in response. The girl asked if Mu thought that the garden had begun to bloom less in recent days. Tariella looked at him every day and due to habit could not notice the changes. But it still seemed to her that the plants were withering faster than usual. She was afraid to assume that this was a sign that the end was near. Mu told the girl that her power is not only in healing. Its basis was life itself. Therefore, she could create a shield that protected her from evil energy. But she could also attack with it. Komyak said that Elika, unlike her, could only treat, and the whole difference was in the use of force. After all, the man's strength was acquired, while the girl's was innate. Mu, seeing the perplexed look of the Empress, promised to explain everything to her now, and she suggested starting with protection methods. Hamster strongly recommended not to treat that rotten kid tonight. Tariella's eyes widened. Mayu said that not only today, but in general the girl should have stopped helping him. Tariella thought for a while and realized that the creature meant Lionfell, but she understood how important it was to heal him. Komyak assured that if the matter was not urgent, then the girl did not need to spend her divine powers on her husband every night. And I thought that there was no point in doing this regularly. Mu said that if the Empress really was so worried about Lionfell, she could sleep with him. These words greatly surprised our heroine. She even asked again, not believing her ears. The hamster asked why the girl was so scared. She reminded him that Tariella was his wife, and she assured that she did not think that anything terrible would happen if the girl invited him to sleep together. Mu assumed from everything that the rotten boy had good control over himself. Tariella thought that last time nothing worked because the hamster put Lionfell to sleep. But now everything was different. The girl thought that since the last time His Majesty began to look much better, it seemed to her that Lionfell practiced fencing every day. After all, his pectoral muscles have become much stronger and more prominent. The girl told Miyu to understand her correctly. After all, every time at the moment of healing she needed to touch the Emperor. But the hamster answered that she meant something completely different, and she explained that the girl spent her energy on her husband every night. She warned that he might not be able to stand it one day. Tariella asked again in surprise. She then believed that her husband only felt better from their regular sessions. After all, everything looked good on the outside. Mu assured the Empress that it was only such an appearance from the outside. Hamster asked how a man could be okay if different forces were constantly entering his body. That's why I asked you to follow the advice. The Empress asked whether it would be better for her wife. Mu asked the girl to hold out for a week. She assured that it would also benefit her. Tariella thought that she could still try it, and she assumed that something in herself might have changed. The deity asked the Empress to trust her. She asked if she had ever done anything bad to her. Hamster claimed that she, being a goddess, would not dare to put Tariella in danger, and she assured her that they were on the same side. Our heroine thought that since Mai told her so, then she could listen to her. After all, she was never wrong. Lionfell just entered the room at that time. He asked Tariella what she was doing. The girl assured her husband that she was just relaxing, and I thought to myself that my husband was always sneaking up quietly and unnoticed. The Emperor said that he began to worry that his wife was overexerting herself lately. As usual, as always in the evening, when left alone with his wife, he unbuttoned his shirt. Tariella took her husband's hands and asked him to wait. He was a little surprised by her behavior, and asked her what happened. The girl asked His Majesty if he had anything else to do today. Lionfell asked in surprise that his wife had just asked him. She replied that she asked if he had other things to do. The girl said that if he still had things to do, she offered to reschedule them for another time. The emperor's face changed. These were futile attempts to calm down and come to my senses. The girl asked His Majesty, but he said that he misunderstood her, and he agreed to take on this responsibility. The emperor claimed that he had no other business to attend to. The girl replied that it was good. Tariella told her husband that if he had no more plans for today, she asked him to be with her until the morning. Lionfell seemed to be asking himself if he had heard something, and he asked if his wife meant to spend the night with her. He asked if it was a dream. The emperor asked Tariel to pinch him once. The girl grabbed her husband's cheek and pulled back the skin of his face with force. The man said he was in so much pain. Lionfell asked himself what was happening around him and with his wife. The girl replied that she would like to refrain from using divine power for a week. His Majesty asked why she decided so, and he was worried that there was something wrong with his wife. Tariella was quick to reassure him that everything was fine, that simply because of the constant use of power, she had no time to recover. The girl explained that this is why she asks him to spend the nights with her. She promised that it was only for 1 week, but the emperor could not understand why this was so necessary. Tariella assumed that something might happen, and then she would have to run and look for him. Therefore, she thought it was better for her to be with her husband. The man said that it was just very unexpected. The girl said that she understood this, that everything was so sudden, and she assured that she also felt uneasy. But she promised there was a reason, and she asked him not to think anything extra about this. Tariella reminded her husband that she had told him before that her life was now connected with his life. The man replied that if that was the case, he had nothing to do. Lionfell summed up that they would spend the night in the same bed for a whole week. His wife answered him positively. The man clarified that it would be just the two of us. Tariella reminded him that they were husband and wife, and she assured that no one would take it the wrong way. The girl said that it could be difficult, but she persuaded her husband to be patient for a week. She suggested that he choose the side of the bed on which it would be more comfortable for him to sleep. Lionfell held his head, sighing. The brunette sat on the bed, carefully studying the papers. When his wife asked him what it was for work, he answered in the affirmative, explaining that there was news about a fallen cart that left here the other day. He said that a response had also arrived from Lord Tenon, so he needed to check everything. The girl knew that that lord was her husband's fencing teacher, and she was interested in what he answered. Lionfell reported that he would not come to his invitation. He said that the visit of the Auraria family was already close, and I thought that it was necessary to deal with him first. The girl began to make uncharacteristic movements with her hands. Her husband asked her what she was doing, and he suggested that this is how she learns to swim. Tariella answered in the negative. The husband suggested that she was repeating the dance before the reception, and again he did not guess her goal. He then suggested that it was a martial art, and again receiving a negative answer. The emperor said that stretching was an excellent remedy for combating insomnia. The girl explained that she was trying to create a shield from divine power. The brunette, pleased, agreed that the force should have been used for its intended purpose. Lionfell believed that in addition, the shield could help his wife defend herself. But the girl complained that nothing worked for her. The emperor asked her to tell him if he could help her somehow. He assured that he would do whatever she asked him to do. The girl suddenly had an idea. She realized something, but the emperor did not yet understand what was being discussed. Tariella remembered that the first person she used force on was Lionfell, but she didn't yet know how to do it, and then it somehow happened to her by itself. The girl thought that maybe this time she should test the creation of her protective magical shield on her wife. She asked His Majesty if he remembered their first meeting. Tariella clarified that this was when she first used her powers. The girl turned to His Majesty inquiringly, and she extended her hand to him. But her husband grabbed her wrist tightly. Lionfell asked when it was. The wife rolled her eyes. He said that it was their first meeting when she used her powers on him. The girl clarified what first meeting he was talking about. The emperor and empress looked at each other in surprise as they sat in her chambers. Holding hands, Tariella asked her husband if she had ever met him before they met. Lionfell removed his hand and answered hesitantly. He believed that the girl should have told him this. The empress hesitated and told her husband that her memories from childhood were vague enough to answer him accurately. Tariella clarified that he didn't mean the day when Lionfell decided to marry her. clarifying that it was then that she came to the Empire for the first time. Levenfeld looked strangely and said that she should remember. And I wondered how it was possible to forget this. The girl's face looked puzzled. She couldn't understand where and when they could have met before. My husband asked about the day of arrival. Then Tariella used her divine power for the first time. The Emperor found out that on that day Tariella used her power for the first time. The girl insisted that she had to hide her abilities, so she never showed or used them on anyone else. Levenfeld again spoke his thoughts out loud that this could not happen. My wife asked who thinks out loud, and she assured that then everything was definitely for the first time. After talking, the couple decided to recreate the situation as it was that day. Leonfeld approved of this. The man communicated his readiness to help. He recalled that it seemed that he was then standing in front of the bed, and his wife was right in front of him. Tariella asked if he was wearing a shirt at the time. The husband hurried to take it off, exposing his muscular torso. The girl embarrassedly suggested that her husband was confident in his beauty, and that he was not embarrassed by her at all. To which the Emperor replied that he was not confident in his body, and he assured that he simply does not undress in front of strangers. But she was his wife, and therefore he did not feel embarrassed about his body in front of her. Looking into each other's eyes and placing her hands on her hot chest, the girl tried to remember how it was. The Emperor hugged his wife with feeling, but for some reason nothing worked out for her today. They wanted to give up, but Leonfeld suddenly offered to kiss them like that time. Embarrassed and reluctant, the girl kissed him, and a miracle happened. A protective barrier was recreated over them. There was a very hot atmosphere between them, just like then, so the shield appeared again. Rejoicing, Tariella looked at her shining hands. The Empress was in a luxurious office. Raven came to her and reported that the anonymous aristocrat had successfully concluded an exclusive contract with the designers. Oddly enough, the designer's response was much better than expected, and the Empress realized that the young Duke greatly helped her in this. Raven was very helpful with planning the wedding and the upcoming dinner party. Therefore, if he leaves the family, he can try to join the system, since it turned out that he has the ability to do so. It turned out that at the moment, the Empress monopolized the lower classes. But if she gets to the top, perhaps she, as an anonymous aristocrat, will turn out to be richer than the Empress of a great empire. But there was a catch. After all, if no one manages the treasury, in the future the profits received from anonymous aristocrats will only increase. Jeremy did his job as treasurer alone. Therefore, the lady wanted to choose a new one from among the nominated candidates. The advisor himself said that the only one suitable for this place was Raven. The heroine promised to expel Raven. But Jeremy continued to insist that there was no one more useful, and who could withstand the workload of this position. The girl thoughtfully reasoned in her thoughts that such a diligent and good person went to parties and had fun with women. After all, Raven could achieve anything. The Empress suggested that he was doing this only in order to spread untrue rumors about himself, and it was as if he was deliberately creating a conflict. Finally, the day has come. The day of the dinner party. The sun is shining outside, and the luxurious carriage of the guest of honor stood at the gates of the Empire. The man who stepped out of the carriage greeted Emperor Leonfeld with a firm handshake. It was the Emperor of Etheria. According to rumors, he was a descendant of warriors. His physique and aura inspired fear. The guest complimented the Empress, confirming the rumors that she was very beautiful. Kissing her hand, he felt the scent of life. In response, Tariella said that she hoped that the Emperor of Etheria would be comfortable here. According to rumors, the Empress herself prepared a welcome reception. It was a great honor. It was said that the Etheria Empire was not inferior to the great Leonhard Empire in military assistance, so one had to be careful. And whether the guest liked the reception depended on the Empress. Leonfeld noticed that it seemed that the Empress of Etheria had also arrived. For some reason, the guest reacted very negatively to her arrival and presence there. In an instant, the carriage door opened. The brunette greeted the Emperor and Empress of the Leonhard Empire. Her appearance was amazing. Long black hair in curls and a dress with gold accents. She apologized for her husband's behavior in words because he was worried about her. The husband slammed the carriage door. He thought that was enough. Sitting at a small table, Tariella complained to the maids that she was very tired, and it was all because she was nervous about receiving guests for the first time. She also complained about the Emperor of Etheria that he was intimidating. However, His Majesty shielded her, feeling the discomfort of the situation. The servants listened to Her Majesty with a smile and tenderness. They also noted with what warmth and loving gaze Lionfell looked at his wife. His Highness's presence truly made Tariella feel more confident. The servants gasped and cherished. The maid said that Empress Etheria had an incurable disease, the cause of which not a single doctor could establish. There were rumors that the girl was originally a soldier. She was healthy but suddenly fell ill a few years after the wedding. Many doctors examined her, but no one ever found out the cause. Therefore, she was unable to find the right medicine. Also, due to illness, the imperial couple's successor did not appear. Therefore, people fussed, demanding to find another candidate for the place of the empress. The maid suggested with horror that the empress could simply be sacrificed. Come to think of it, the Etherian emperor's gaze was suspicious. The maid protested, and she assured that no one would allow him to act badly towards her mistress. Another threatened to show him her honed makeup skills. Tariella grinned. Life was in full swing in the palace. Everyone was waiting for the guests of honor, and several more carriages arrived, entering through the gate in a column. Waiting for the start, Tariella stood on the balcony watching everything from above. She was still in shock that it was an official reception. Talking excitingly to the hamster, she reasoned that she had never been to a party, but had only read about it in books. Mu agreed that the girl had really been like this since childhood. When my mother read to the girl, she always asked to reread the scenes with official receptions 3 or 4 times. The heroine was surprised and asked how the hamster knew details about her childhood. A luxuriously dressed man came out of the door. This was the husband of our heroine. He wore a white suit that emphasized his figure, and a black belt emphasized his waist, making the emperor's shoulders even larger and wider. His dark brown hair was blown by the wind, creating shine and silkiness. Tariella sighed at the sight of her husband. They exchanged compliments because today both of them were more beautiful than ever. People have been waiting for this day. The time has come for them to meet the Empress, and no matter what happens, Lionfell will always be by her side. Holding hands, the imperial couple left the room straight to the guests in the banquet hall. They were greeted by a bowing man who had been summoned by the gods themselves, and became the youngest high priest in the empire in history. Everyone was already assembled. Even the reserved emperor of Etheria smiled and complimented the couple. He suggested dancing together, as he would like to personally ask the Empress for something. But Lionfell did not like this proposal, and he assured that today his wife would dance only with him. Then the Emperor of Etheria reminded that whether he liked or disliked the reception today depended on the Empress herself. Lionfell said that if this is so, then while the guest was here, they apparently would not be able to have fun. In response, the guest of honor remained silent and only frowned even more. Soon they went in different directions, each to his own. Walking from the steps, the imperial couple reasoned that it would be better to refuse the visit. Tariella was worried whether her husband was all right, even though there was still a lot of time until midnight. He answered positively. But it was still clear that he was worried about her. He wanted to tell Terry to enjoy the party, but he couldn't help it. The time was approaching midnight, and this meant that it was time. Looking at Lionfell, the wife realized that his patience indicator was almost at the limit. She had to help, otherwise his patience would soon run out. Tariella had to pretend that she had too much to drink, complaining that she was dizzy, and they soon went out into the fresh air. But to be sure, Lionfell still asked his wife if everything was okay with her and if she was drunk. The girl assured that she was just pretending, and the Emperor, sighing, admitted that he believed in her impeccable acting. Tariella stood with a surprised look. The girl leaned over and watched with interest what was happening below under the balcony. At first, the Empress did not understand who the large man was sitting under the balcony. The unknown person was wearing a long blue cloak. After some time, the girl recognized him as the Emperor of Etheria. Tariella was curious to know what the man in the cloak was doing at night. The Empress and her husband watched what was happening. The girl was even more surprised. 2 kittens came running to Emperor Etheria and began to drink milk from a plate. Fluffy animals liked the treat of a man in a raincoat. The Emperor of Etheria was very pleased with his furry friends. The man raised his head and smiled into space. Tariella was confused. The girl began to say that maybe it was not the formidable man that she saw at the reception, but someone else, but very similar to him. The Emperor turned to his wife. Suddenly, his hands were on the girl's waist. Lionfell raised his beloved in front of him. The wife was surprised and blushed after her husband's actions. The Emperor, holding his wife in his arms, told her that she might fall if she stood like that. Tariella blushed even more at her husband's words. There was a gleam in the Empress's eyes. The girl, being in the hands of the Emperor, spoke to herself that she never looked down on her husband. It was so unusual for Tariella to see her husband from such a perspective. The Empress put her hand on her husband's shoulder. The Emperor closed his eyes. The brunette liked the action on the part of his wife. Lionfell suggested that Tariella dress just as beautifully outside of ceremonies and receptions. The girl asked why she had to dress like that. The Emperor raised his wife even higher. The brunette said that beautiful outfits seemed to lift the Empress's spirits. Tariella was blushing again, and there was a sparkle in her eyes. The girl wondered if anyone else besides her could see Lionfell like this. The Emperor seated the spouses on the balcony railing. The brunette said that he should hold the girl tighter by the waist. It's midnight. The Emperor's hair was dyed white. Tariella asked her husband to unbutton his shirt. Lionfell soon threw off his outfit right onto the floor of the balcony after the Empress's proposal. The girl put her hands on her husband's muscular chest. The Empress was performing the usual ritual. But suddenly our heroine felt severe pain immediately after using force on Lionfell. The girl lowered her gaze. The Empress cried out in pain while sitting in her husband's arms. The Emperor was greatly afraid for his wife. Tariella broke out in a cold sweat. The Empress closed her eyes and tried to understand what was happening and why she was in so much pain. The girl fell to her knees and groaned in pain. Lionfell sat next to his wife and tried to bring her to her senses. The Emperor shouted to call a doctor quickly. The girl said in a quiet voice that she shouldn't have done this. Tariella was breathing heavily in pain. The Empress was covered in sweat. She reminded her husband about his changed hair color. The Emperor panicked greatly and swore. Lionfell knew what would happen if he was seen like this. With horror in his eyes, the Emperor hugged his wife tightly. Out of despair, Lionfell did not know what to do. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The Empress quietly said that she needed more, a little more. Tariella squeezed her fingers tightly on the Emperor's shoulder. The girl left 4 small scratches there. The Empress heard Mu's words. Komyak said that this is exactly what he warned the girl about. Suddenly, lights of sacred power appeared around the couple. The couple were sitting on the floor, already apart. The sacred lights disappeared along with the Empress's pain. The girl looked at the wounds that she left her husband. Tariella asked Leofelm if he was okay. The Empress wanted to heal her husband's wound, but he stopped his wife and forbade her to do this. Tariella wanted to contradict him, but Lionfelm grabbed his wife's hand, not allowing him to be treated. The Emperor held the girl's hand. The monarch asked his wife that because of this she told him that she would not heal her husband for some time. Tariella looked guilty. The girl looked to the side. The Empress told her husband that the reason was not that she used force often. The girl tried to figure out what to answer her husband's question about strength. They sat holding hands. The Empress closed her eyes and smiled slightly. The girl told Lionfelm that perhaps this was due to the fact that she had not used force for a long time. The Emperor looked at Tariella. The brunette began to put the shirt on her naked torso. He asked the girl not to make such a face. Lionfell rose to his feet. The Empress offered to treat her husband's wound, to which he replied that there was no need. The brunette put on a shirt. Tariella said she didn't want to hurt her husband. The husband replied that he knew it. Lionfell put his hand on the wound. The Emperor said that he wanted him to have an honorable scar. The husband offered his hand to the Empress to help her get up. The brunette told her that nothing like that would happen unless she made one visit with him. The Emperor began to put her outfit on the girl. Tariella told her husband that she really was fine. The couple touched their foreheads and closed their eyes. The Emperor turned to the Empress. The husband stroked his wife's hair. Lionfell declared that he could no longer restrain himself. The girl was sitting in a pink dress on the sofa. The Empress was confused. The Emperor stated that now his wife would be under excessive guardianship. The girl looked at her husband in surprise. Lionfell decided to end the reception. The brunette came out to the guests with his wife and announced that the evening was already over. The Emperor scolded Jeremy and Raven because the Empress had overworked herself in preparing for the reception. Elihu stood thoughtfully. The high priest was interested in whether the girl fell ill because of divine power. Tariella was lying in bed and the Emperor was sitting next to her. The priest asked the couple why they needed holy powers. Elihu asked permission to touch the girl's head. The Empress agreed. The priest put his hand on Tariella's head and said everything would be okay. Elia began to shake after touching the Empress. Sweat appeared on the high priest's face. The Emperor began to worry about what was happening. Lionfell tried to figure out what to do. With a cry, the monarch approached Elihu and Tariella. The brunette grabbed the high priest's hand and pulled it away from his wife. Elihu stood up holding his hand. Terror was visible in the high priest's eyes. He said that he could not measure the amount of force. The high priest looked at the girl. He said that there was no end to the Empress's energy. Elihu compared the amount of Tarieli's power to an endless spring. The girl was sitting on the bed holding a pillow in one hand and putting the other on her head. Tariela was surprised by Elihu's words. The emperor demanded an explanation from the high priest about his words. Lionfell looked at Elihu angrily. The priest explained to the emperor that if there was limitless energy in the empress's body, then over time she might not be able to withstand it. The girl asked the high priest if it was true that her body could not stand it and break due to the endless strength. Tariela placed both hands on the pillow and looked at the priest. But then our heroine heard a squeaking sound. Mu told her ward not to worry, because that's why she herself was next to the girl all this time. The hamster climbed onto the empress's hand, and she squeaked that this was exactly what she had warned her about earlier. That I asked you to restrain yourself. And she reproached Tariela for not even being able to endure a little. The girl, touching her head with her hand, asked His Majesty for forgiveness for the recent incident. Elihu noticed that the divine power had subsided and weakened. He said that it was still felt in the Empress's body, but it was no longer as destructive as before, and he hoped that no more problems would arise. The high priest said that he did not understand exactly what was happening, but when the power died down like that, he didn't finish, hiding his conclusions. The blonde believed that it would be better if Her Majesty learned to use her powers slowly. Mu sat on the girl's head, and she thought that the high priest could see the true appearance of Semiula. Elihu suggested that the animals could stabilize the unstable force. The blonde assured that he had heard that pet animals could calm the psyche, and he believed that this was why the Empress always walked with a hamster. And our heroine thought that he was without a doubt a fool. Already late in the evening, when our heroine was left alone in her bedroom, she spoke with Mai. The girl assured that when she felt pain at the reception, she heard her voice. She asked if Mu was next to her then. The animal replied that if the girl wanted it, then so be it. Tariela asked the deity why she felt such pain then. The hamster replied that the girl's guess was correct, that it had been a long time since she used her power. Mu went up to the Empress's head and touched her forehead. She assured the girl that there was no need to worry, that she prefers to protect her more than other children, and will not allow the force to harm the wearer's body. The girl asked if the hamster knew what she was asking before the reception. When Tariela was little, she and her mother raised a hamster just like Mu now. The girl asked if Mu was the same hamster from her childhood. The deity was surprised that she still vaguely remembered something. Tariela asked why the deity was next to her both then and now. She answered that she could not answer the wrong question and touched the heroine's cheek. Mu claimed that she was not with the girl at the time, and the Empress felt the same sensations as when they spent the first night with Lionfell, that the hamster put them to sleep. The deity answered the already sleeping Tariela that she was not next to her, but was next to her mother, hamster. Mai thought that now she was looking for traces of the one that seemed to be circling around the girl. The deity Simhuila said that the woman plucked flowers from the world door and gave them to her dying daughter. Then she was ready to destroy the world for the sake of her child. These were following the mother of our heroine, who did not know what she herself would do for her in the future. The sky was dark. Only here and there were light clouds visible, and through them distant stars shone with a cold light. The castle stood shrouded in night fog. The aristocrats were sitting at the table. It turned out that they were planning to take advantage of the emperor's affection for his wife in order to crush Lionfelm. The duke thought that after the disappearance of the world tree there was chaos. He could take advantage of this to remove the emperor, taking his place on the throne. Rinalef tapped his finger on the table. He reminded those present that the emperor had killed all their allies. The man emphasized that if the empress had been on their side, everything could have been much easier. The man to the duke's left inquired about the kingdom of Lupeon. He asked if it was an accident that Rinalef brought the prince up to date. He replied that Lupeon expelled them because of their silence. One of those present at the table emphasized that if the troops of the Etheria Empire took their side, then they would then have a chance to win. The man offered to deceive the Emperor of Etheria by lying to him that there was a way to cure his wife. The Duke was interested in this proposal. Rinalef addressed everyone present at the meeting. He said that it was possible to use the Empress of Etheria to form an alliance with this state and receive military assistance from them. A servant approached the Duke. The guy bent down to hand over the letter and item sent to the Duke. Rinalev picked up the envelope and flask, and soon I printed it out to read the contents. He wanted to check something. That message said that the contents of the flask could be given as medicine. The sender assured that it was her personal production, and that the Empress will live longer by using it. The addressee reported that she was going to organize a new experiment, and she made a request that a lot of data was needed for the result. She reported that she now had to move from the Etheria Empire to the Lupeon Kingdom. She said that she was soon going to return to the Empire. Ginevra hoped that they would meet soon on the appointed date. Tariella heard her maid Phoebe calling her in her sleep. The girl had difficulty opening her eyes. The Empress woke up and sat up in bed. The maid was delighted that her mistress had finally woken up. Our heroine rubbed her sleepy eyes. She tried to remember what she talked about yesterday before going to bed with Mu, but without remembering, she assumed that it was another strange conversation. Phoebe informed the mistress that it was already time for lunch. She took Her Majesty's hands, and she said that the Emperor said that you should not skip both breakfast and lunch. Therefore, he ordered her to bring his wife to the table. The girl asked if Lionfell really said that. The maid asked that when they are alone, the mistress calls her husband by name. Tariella began to make excuses that she just hadn't quite woken up yet. Phoebe began to lead the Empress by the shoulders so that she could quickly wash herself and get ready to go out. The girl tried to resist, but it was useless. The servant assured that she could see everything well. Soon the girls were already walking along the long corridor of the castle. Tariella was asking the maid how yesterday's reception went. Did everyone secretly voice their complaints? She replied that no one dared. Phoebe assured that the guests praised Her Majesty, and even the Emperor of Etheria seemed pleased. But then our heroine saw the guest of honor through the window. The Emperor of Etheria was crouched down with a plate in his hands. This surprised the girl quite a bit. Soon 2 kittens came running to the plate and began to drink the milk greedily and with appetite. The man watched the animals up close. The Empress came up behind him and, bending slightly, asked what he was doing here. She scared the man a little. The Emperor of Etheria, screaming, fell onto his back, and his furry friends ran in different directions. Tariella became concerned and asked if he was okay. The man stood up, rubbing his back, and our heroine thought to herself that by the way he took care of the kittens, you couldn't say that he was a bad person. But I thought he was really strange and suspicious. Tariella expressed the assumption that their mother cat must have been walking somewhere in the area nearby. The man seemed a little puzzled by this. The Empress continued her instructions. She assured that if you give the cubs milk or hold them in your arms, they will get used to the person. But at the same time, the cat can even leave them alone and go away. Therefore, the girl believed that it was impossible to touch kittens for no reason. The Emperor grinned and admitted that he had unknowingly made a mistake, and because of this, he could get into big problems. And our heroine could not understand why the man was mocking her like that again. She reported that yesterday she also saw him feeding the kittens here. The Emperor hesitated with a pause and admitted that it was all because his wife loved cute animals. Tariella widened her eyes at these words. The girl thought that the Emperor of Etheria was at odds with his wife, and left her alone as soon as they arrived in the Leonhard Empire. The brunette was scratching his neck under his collar. He assured that in the Etherian Empire it was rare to find cute cats, and he thought of giving them milk, because he wanted to get closer to them, and then show them to his wife. Meanwhile, the kittens were playfully wrestling. Tariella used to think that the imperial couple had quarreled, since the Empress was absent from an official reception yesterday. The man claimed that his wife did not feel well after a long trip. The girl was surprised that the Emperor not only allowed his wife to be alone, but also attended the reception. She reproached herself for having previously had a bad opinion of him. He asked permission to ask for something. The brunette recalled that, as he said yesterday, he needed to get the help of Empress Leohart in order to fully enjoy the reception. Tariella clarified with the man that he meant that he needed a successor. He scratched his neck hesitantly. He says that if Empress Tariella was called the Goddess of Fortune, then he asked her to become friends with his wife. He insisted that he thought that suddenly this would help his beloved overcome the disease and get back on her feet after a long and difficult, unknown and incurable illness. The Emperor said that with his wife he could fully enjoy the reception, and he assured that he thought it would be awkward to ask for this in front of people, and hoped to ask during the dance. Tariella chuckled that the huge misunderstanding between them had been resolved. The man was surprised that the Empress was aware of his desire to find an heir. The girl grabbed her head. She couldn't even deny it. She asked forgiveness for this misunderstanding, and she reproached her maids for their long tongues. The brunette said that he laughs only because his wife tells him to smile more often. Otherwise, in her opinion, he looked too stern. He insisted that she thought it was cute. Tariella asked if that was why the emperor smiled and mocked so much when they first met. He was embarrassed that it didn't come out kindly. The girl was surprised that the guest smiled to look nice. And from the very beginning, the man needed friendship with his wife from her, so that the couple could have a good time together at the reception. Tariella assured that misunderstandings were completely acceptable, and she asked him for forgiveness. The brunette said that his ideal was not a fragile woman with a floral scent like her. He insisted that he liked women more like generals who could hold him tightly, like his wife, and he claimed that he had never met such strong women as her in his life. The Emperor of Etheria said that there was no one who could satisfy him as a consort. Therefore, he asked the girl not to worry. Tariella thought, rethinking everything about being an honored guest of the empire. The brunette, a little timidly, asked the empress if she could meet his wife. He assumed that her illness could recede if she saw the Blessed Empress of Leonhat. He assured the girl that his wife's illness was not contagious, that neither he nor his servants who were nearby had ever gotten sick like she had, and he claimed that the Etherian Empire was a country with a powerful military force. The emperor believed that there was nothing wrong with mutual assistance. Tariella laughingly agreed with him, and she suggested without delay to immediately go to his sick wife.